So now you're telling me that as we get it rolling here on a Monday morning, another huge news week ahead. The goal for Team Joe Biden was to announce a cancer diagnosis to try to take some of the heat off of the pressure Democrats and Team Biden have been dealing with based on all the reporting that's been out there about his cognitive issues stemming from his term in office. And that was supposed to quash and put the kibosh on the idea that Team Biden and many in the Democratic Party were not being honest brokers about the mental acuity and the health of the then president of the United States. That's what this news yesterday was supposed to do. Are you kidding me? Because to me, the news yesterday on a Monday morning that Joe Biden now has aggressive, it does not take the heat off those who clearly, willingly, and wantingly covered up Joe Biden's cognitive issues, mental issues, and clearly health issues during his time in office. In fact, it does the opposite. In fact, what it does is just make it the icing on the cake that Joe Biden was in no position during his 4 years in the White House to be the leader of the free world. Politics aside. Okay, this is not about what you think the tax rate should be. This is not about what your view is on foreign policy, whether or not, we should tax overtime, tax tips. Throw it all out the window. You had somebody in the Oval Office at a critical juncture in this nation's history, coming out of COVID, of course, things that happened during his time in office, nobody could have predicted. Russia-Ukraine war. You had China, of course, continuing to try to become the global force on the planet, with a guy in the White House who anybody with 2 ears, 2 eyes, a half-functioning brain could figure out was not all there. And now we come to learn that Joe Biden is in a position, or was in a position when he was in the White House, that we know the cognitive decline was clear as day. And now we know physically he was not there as well, like he needed to be. It did not just show up over the weekend that Joe Biden has been dealing with aggressive prostate cancer. In fact, I can't help but wonder whether or not this is something that was a well-timed news dump by Team Biden. He got a lot of heat Friday after we got off the air for the Robert Hur tapes that dropped, where he clearly was not in a position to know what was going on, where he was, what he was saying. His timelines were all off on his late son, Beau Biden. Remember, that was the report that controversially came out, a year and a half ago. And you had the doctor, Robert Hur, come out and say, listen, Joe Biden is not in great shape. He's not in the position that he needs to be in. Robert Hur served as the U.S. Attorney for the District of Maryland from 2018 to 2021. And the audio from the special counsel exposed Joe Biden as a guy who was not totally with it at the time. That's what came out of that audio. And if you didn't hear it, it was released on Friday. This is just a little snippet of what it sounded like. And then 2 days later on Sunday, Joe Biden's team announces that he's dealing with aggressive prostate cancer. I don't think that's a coincidence at all. Where did
you keep papers that related to those things that you were actively working on?
Well, I don't know. This is what, 2017, 18, that area?
Yes, sir.
Remember, in this time frame, my son is either been deployed or is dying. And
Beau Biden died in 2015. Joe Biden asks Robert Hur about the date that he's referring to. He says 2017, 2018. And Joe Biden says, my son is deployed or dying. Beau Biden passed away May 30th of 2015. So that's Joe Biden clearly not having any idea, a sense of time with his own son's death. That was the audio that came out on Friday. 2 days later, of course, they drop, hey, Joe Biden's been diagnosed with prostate cancer. Now, the first question is, okay, he's got a really bad case of prostate cancer. The man was the president of the United States. Okay, he wasn't in a position to be one of these guys who's like, I'm not going to the doctor. I'm not going to the doctor. And then at 80 years old, shows up at a doctor and finds out he has prostate cancer. That's not how it goes. Okay? Nobody gets more medical treatment and more medical testing in the world than the president of the United States. So it's very difficult to believe that this just happened to come about in the last, certainly not few days, certainly not few months. It is more than likely that Joe Biden has been fighting this or dealing with this prostate cancer for multiple years, going back to, of course, his time in the White House. So now this looks like another cover-up. And this is not what the Biden team is going for, but it's impossible. With the way that they protected Joe, and the media, of course, doing its job as well to protect Joe during his time in office, it is impossible to not come to the non-biased conclusion that this is something Biden's been dealing with for many years, and he spent at least a portion of his time in the White House with prostate cancer. This is Dr. David Shusterman last night on News Nation. Did a great interview, saw it drop on social media, and here's what he had to say.
Well, most likely he had prostate cancer for a long time, and the aggressive prostate cancer such as this at age 80 grows over a long period of time. I mean, usually it takes from the first diagnosis of prostate cancer to spread would take 5 to 10 years, even in the most aggressive form.
So that's a doctor on News Nation last night, David Shusterman, saying something doesn't just get to this level. It takes 5 to 10 years. There's no way that Joe Biden's doctors were just like not giving him PSA tests and suddenly here he is out of office. Whoa, this guy's got aggressive prostate cancer. Are you buying that? I'm not. I mean, if you are, please tell me why at 913-408-7957. But I just find that to be an impossibility. And Shusterman also went on to note this.
Very unlikely that someone could get annual checkups and not notice a PSA elevation over the past, but this is what I typically would see in a VA hospital where a patient hasn't had medical attention in 10 years, presents to an emergency room with bone pain, and then they find that it's metastatic prostate cancer. But in the modern age of medicine, especially the fact that he was a former president, he had intensive state-of-the-art, care where we can see prostate cancer, 10 years in the past.
Biden's Gleason score of a 9 means the cancer is likelier than others to grow and spread. It is by definition aggressive. You don't necessarily know how bad that is until you get a PET scan. But it is nearly impossible to think that Joe Biden just in the last few weeks realized that he has prostate cancer. Now, regardless, I don't wish ill will on the man or anybody. We all know people who have dealt with prostate cancer, fought it, didn't win that fight. I mean, it is nasty, it is aggressive, and it is an ugly cancer, and that's why men need to be tested as early as possible. But all that being said, if this was intended to be that thing that the Biden team released on a Sunday to garner sympathy, to move the conversation away from the cognitive decline, I think it just added to what appears to be a massive cover-up of this man's health during his time in office. 913-408-7957. And who is the villain here as well? We'll get to that. And also what happened in Kansas City over the weekend. That was a big celebration. All on a busy Monday. We get it rolling on KCMO Talk Radio 95.7 FM and streaming on the KCMO Talk Radio app.
You're listening to Mundo in the Morning on KCMO Talk Radio 95.7 FM.
Well, most likely he had prostate cancer for a long time, and the aggressive prostate cancer such as this at age 80 grows over a long period of time. I mean, usually it takes from the first diagnosis of prostate cancer to spread would take 5 to 10 years, even in the most aggressive form.
Dr. David Shusterman last night on News Nation after the breaking news yesterday that former President Biden is dealing with an aggressive form of prostate cancer, which has metastasized to the bone, according to the former president's personal office. So the question is this supposed to basically shift the narrative away from where it's been the last few days, which was the cognitive cover-up, or is this just part of the conversation regarding the cover-up of Joe Biden's health during his time in office? 913-408-7957 on a Monday. Ed's in Gladstone. What's up, Ed?
Hey, this just irritates me to no end. Every
Careful,
year
easy, man. It's 6:20 on a Monday.
You got me all fired up. I'm going to have to calm down. But they have these big press conferences every year. Oh, the president had his physical, and this is what we found. He's doing great. He's 80, whatever, 78. And it was just out and out lies, both with the cognitive and with this prostate stuff. And it's not, I mean, Joe Biden is a demented old man who needs a map to find his way out of a bathroom. It's the enablers that need to be brought to, and I don't know, brought to justice? Not really, just exposed.
Yes.
I mean, it's just beyond belief that they would stand up there. And again, they said the same thing about, his cognitive stuff. It's just out and out lying. And you wonder why people don't trust the government. Well, gee.
And why they have almost no faith anymore in the media.
Yeah.
Yeah. Easy.
well.
All right. Hey, good job there.
Right.
Good job, my man.
Thanks for getting me riled up this morning already. Thanks. All right.
All right, Ed. Nice job. Don't forget this. Dr. Kevin O'Connor, then President Biden's personal physician in February of 2024. This is his quote. President Biden is a healthy, active, robust 81-year-old male who remains fit to successfully execute the duties of the presidency. The evil person in all this, I feel bad for Joe Biden. I do, just on a human level. I mean, yeah, he was, frankly, a terrible president, but I feel bad for the man, just as a fellow human being. I have zero sympathy for Jill Biden. Jill Biden is the one who I keep coming back to in the wake of all this news coming out in the last several days, and saying, we saw this with our own two eyes, but how you could subject the person that you theoretically love the most in your life to this level of embarrassment, thinking somehow, some way you're helping this person, that somehow you're doing a service for your country, when she full well knew that that wasn't what was going on at all. I mean, she had the firsthand look at it. And she sat up there and lied to the American people, saying, oh, yeah, Joe's great. I'm reading bed and Joe's staying up late. Oh, man, I can't keep up with the guy. You look at Joe Biden for 2 seconds, you knew that was a lie. And she pushed it. She pushed it publicly and she pushed it privately. And what kind of spouse do you have to be to subject your loved one to this, John?
Yeah, the implications is there, but it's like more of a conspiracy. I would think other people might gang up on her and say, hey, Joe's not doing well.
Exactly.
Or vice versa,
Somebody had to be the adult in the room. And whether Jill Biden was addicted to power, fame, fortune, I don't know. Hunter was worthless, but you think that Jill would be the one as the wife who would put an end to this. Let the man go out with some grace and dignity or whatever's left. And she was the one pushing it the entire time. Paul in Kansas City. Go ahead, Paul.
Hey, Pete, you finally got it. You and Joe Scarborough agree. I was watching this morning while you were talking, and he's saying the same thing you did. He says, I can't understand how during his annual physical that a PSA, because I'm 64, I get a PSA on my annual physical every year. And if the PSA goes up, you go into an MRI, you go into a biopsy. There's protocols that your urologist does. this thing is not. Scarborough's saying the same thing you are, Pete. He's like, this isn't right. There's no way they did not know.
Here's the difference, though. Scarborough's coming around because he's trying to save whatever credibility he's got left. Whereas anybody who's got a half-functioning brain saw the shape of the president over the last few years and said, this is not right. Something's off here.
That's right. And I hope the president recovers fully. I really do.
Of course.
And, God bless him. But this is another scandal on top of another scandal.
Absolutely. I mean, I hope he does okay. Absolutely. I want the man to live as long as he possibly can. Let's go to Steve in Kansas City. Go ahead, Steve.
Hey, Pete, they're all in on the payroll. I'll give you a quick explanation here. Jill, the whole family was getting paid. So I want Joe Biden to recover too, but this is the clumsiest cover-up ever. I guess there's a clip floating around in 2002 that he admitted he had cancer. But what I want to find out, the substantive issue in this, is I want to find out who's running the auto pen. Biden only signed one executive order the entire time he was in presidency, and that was at the very end. So let's have Jim Jordan focus on who is running that auto pen for every single order that he didn't sign. This is just, he was the head of an operation. He was disposable. You're right. It is a shame what Joe Biden did to him, but they were the granddaughters were getting paid by the Chinese or whatever. If you follow all this stuff, so we're never going to prosecute that. But I want that prosecuted. I want someone to get to the bottom of that stuff.
We know that, of course, the Biden family, how much the granddaughters are on the mix, I don't know. But we know, of course, his brother in particular and his son made some nice profits being related to Joe. And maybe that was part of the game. Maybe. It's hard to believe it wouldn't be. But how long did the game have to go on for? That's what remains to be seen. This was back in 2022. Stephen brought this up. Joe Biden said this.
And because it was a 4-lane highway that was accessible, my mother drove us, and rather than us be able to walk. And guess what? The first frost, you know what was happening? It had to put on their windshield wipers to get literally the oil slick off the window. That's why I and so damn many other people I grew up have cancer. And why can't, for the longest time, Delaware had the highest cancer rate in the nation.
That was 2022, and everybody just assumed it was a Bidenism. Maybe he was telling the truth. I got 30 seconds, Dave in Overland Park. It's yours, buddy.
Yeah, I've got a little bit more sinister scenario. How about the puppet master, who is really the president, knew about it, kept it quiet from Joe and Jill, saying, we're going to get rid of this guy as soon as he gets out of office. We don't want him to write a book. We just want him to disappear. We've used him. He's no good anymore. Let's just not do anything about it until it's too late, so he quickly goes away. That's my scenario.
Well, that is sinister. I'll agree with you on that, Dave. That is sinister. I'm not there, man, but appreciate the input. Next, the biggest story in Kansas City is one we all have to cheer. Coming up.
Dave Ramsey here, and you're listening to Pete Mundo on KCMO Talk Radio, now airing on FM at 95.7.
We should all be celebrating an awesome weekend in Kansas City. Second straight weekend that KCPD is just kicking ass and taking names. And I'm here for it, man. This is 5 years in the making of this police department seemingly having to operate with one arm tied behind its back. And the Band-Aid has been ripped off, and it feels like those days are over. Now, I'm not going to sit here and celebrate too much because politicians can ruin this stuff real fast. You arrest the wrong guy, somebody, who fits a certain profile gets wrongly detained, and suddenly, there's a total about face around here. But over the weekend, KCPD went to town. Outstanding job by everybody involved, and they shared this on their Facebook page. This would have been Friday night, and it got thousands of shares. They wrote here, 10 o'clock on Saturday morning, "We will not tolerate those who break the law, trying to hijack our streets. Overnight, officers arrested 19 suspects. They towed 36 vehicles, issued 76 citations for activities related to stunts, sideshows, takeovers, and they also recovered 5 firearms. Kansas City streets belong to all of us, and we're doing the work to show you. Our enforcement of these illegal acts continues. We thank the Missouri State Highway Patrol, Jackson County Sheriff's Office, Clay County, Missouri Sheriff, and KCKPD for their assistance." So this post from KCPD got thousands of shares over the weekend, 2.3 thousand shares on Facebook. It's up on my Facebook page, Pete Mundo on KCMO Talk Radio. You can see it there. 2,900 comments and 9,000 likes or loves. No one's angry. People aren't like, "How dare you arrest these schlubs?
How dare you?"
And they've got these just badass pictures of them arresting these guys with these helmets on. And this is exactly the kind of stuff that you want to see. FAFO, baby. That's what it's all about. And this is half a decade now of, I think, pent-up frustration from KCPD and many folks saying, let us just do our jobs without this woke, ridiculous city council getting in our way and making us try to operate with one hand tied behind our backs. And it feels like it's finally over. Now, we'll have the chief on, Stacey Graves, at 7 o'clock. She'll be here in less than a half hour on KCMO. And I want to get another update from her on how this weekend went. But they have implemented this new entertainment plan. They are arresting these thugs who are doing sideshows and street racing while people are trying to enjoy a nice night out and spend their money in Kansas City. And Kansas City is finally figuring out that we've got to stop this. We can't continue with this because the city is going to be hollowed out. And I can't help but wonder when it's Mayor Lucas or anybody else at City Council. That Daily Mail headline may have actually been the thing that woke up some people in this town, where they referred to Kansas City as a Mad Max-style hellhole where locals are scared to go out after 8 p.m. Like that, yes, it was a headline that, needless to say, was overblown, right? There's no doubt about it. Midwest City's downtown is now Mad Max-style hellhole where locals are scared to go out after 8 p.m. That dropped in the Daily Mail on May 7th.
That's how you do it in the Big Apple, too, isn't it?
Yeah. Even the New York Post was like, whoa, that's a little much. But the Daily Mail got its point across. And that went viral, of course, here in Kansas City. It went viral around the world. And I think for people like Quentin Lucas, who live in a world of social media fodder, maybe more often than they should, that was a moment where it's like, wow, this is embarrassing. And I wonder if part of Mayor Lucas's approach here, too, is like, if I want to have any political future, like any whatsoever, I can't be the guy overseeing the town where headlines like this are screaming across the globe. I can't. You Google Kansas City, you're going to find this Daily Mail piece. Got thousands of shares, thousands of comments, and it is obviously worldwide. You don't want this. You don't want to be the mayor who's in charge of this. And that's why Quentin Lucas has taken a very strong approach as well. He posted on X on Saturday afternoon, "We ain't playing. Strong work last night by KCPD, arresting those causing harm on our streets, towing vehicles, and bringing calm to the community. We'll keep it up until these activities subside." Well, I love this guy. What have you done with Quentin Lucas? I mean, this is great. This is exactly what I'm talking about, man. Let's go. I'm fired up seeing this. Now, yeah, is it 5 years too late? Sure. Do I wish he had the back? I'm saying all this somewhat tongue-in-cheek. Do I wish he had the back of KCPD for the most part of the last 5 years? Absolutely. Will I say better late than never? Sure. There's no, I will do that. Absolutely.
Show some RESPICT.
So as we sit here now on a Monday, I'm all about what KCPD is doing in the entertainment districts because this is what will bring people back. This is what's going to get people excited or at least open to the idea of coming back into Kansas City, enjoying their time in Kansas City, and spending their money in Kansas City because this is all about an economic play here. That's the goal, driving economic activity in Kansas City, Missouri. And if Quentin Lucas can do that just by allowing KCPD to do their jobs, and then, of course, you got to make sure the prosecutor's office is doing their job as well in Jackson County, then you got something to work with. 913-408-7957, our text line and our studio line on KCMO Talk Radio. Let's go to Jim in Blue Springs. What's up, Jim?
Hey, you're right about Mayor Q being worried about things, but he's more worried about the new prosecutor jumping him in political hierarchy because she's doing her job, which is helping the police, and he was the one for 5 years doing nothing. So, he's got two things to worry about.
Well, here's what I would say. It does seem like Melissa Johnson, the prosecutor, is doing as good of a job as she can do right now, taking over for Gene Peters Baker. You're right. Now, is he worried about Melissa Johnson jumping him on the political hierarchy around Kansas City? Maybe, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't want to say he handpicked her, but Melissa Johnson was Quentin Lucas's director of public safety the last few years. He endorsed her to be the next prosecutor. And the one thing, the biggest criticism I had of the mayor the last few years on the crime issue is that he didn't use his bully pulpit to criticize Mean Gene, the former prosecutor. Why he didn't do it, I don't know. Was there a political reason for it? We'll never know. She's gone. She's leaving town from what I heard, and she will be a footnote in an ugly and violent part of Kansas City, Missouri history. But for Quentin Lucas, he clearly picked somebody who he thought could do the job. Melissa Johnson appears to be doing the job pretty well thus far. Now, we got to keep on her, and we should all be making sure she stays on it. But if she's now pressing the right charges and putting the right charges to these people and takes a no-holds-barred approach, this city is going to be much safer, John.
Certainly her name will be associated with the cleanup.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yes, it should be. And
I think JPB and Rex have got a timeshare out in Arizona, by the way. That's where she's headed. But anyway, Melissa's been getting busy.
Gene Peters Baker and Rex Archer, two names that we don't want to hear in this town unless it's...
Why didn't they hang around?
Yeah.
You get free lunch.
Thanksgiving.
Somewhere.
Boy, I love Thanksgiving.
That's the only time I want to hear Rex Archer's name on this show or in Kansas City media anywhere in the years to come. Two people who should pack their bags if they haven't already, leave town, and never return. Rex Archer and Gene Peters Baker. So now that the adults appear to be somewhat more in charge, we will celebrate it and talk to the police chief, Stacey Graves, at 7 o'clock on KCMO. Vince Colonnese, our new midday host, will be here at 7:30, and we've got Alabama Lee Greenwood tickets coming up all week. 7:45 on this show and 10:45 with Kietzman. They will be at Azura Amphitheater coming up on Friday night. Next, our 6 at 6, top 6 stories in the 6 o'clock hour, including some severe weather likely heading our way this afternoon into the evening. We'll get you all the latest on that coming up next.
from the nation's heartland. It's Mundo in the Morning on 95.7 FM KCMO Talk Radio.
6:50. Good morning. Happy Monday. Glad you're here with us on KCMO Talk Radio. It is that time of the morning.
It's time for the 6 at 6 on 95.7 KCMO Talk Radio.
All right, let's start with the big national news story of the morning.
Number one.
And that is former President Joe Biden diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer. His personal office announced yesterday, saying in a statement last week, President Joe Biden was seen for a new finding of a prostate issue after experiencing increasing urinary symptoms. On Friday, he was diagnosed with prostate cancer, characterized by a Gleason score of 9 with metastasis to the bone. So that was part of the statement from Team Biden. And that means that the cancer has spread from its primary site in Biden's cancer, the prostate, to other tissue in the body. A spokesperson for Biden's office did not have any additional comment at this time outside of saying the president and his family are reviewing treatment options with his physicians. It brings up a whole new angle, a whole new issue in terms of the who, what, where, when, why. Did they really just find out Joe Biden has prostate cancer in the last few days? Or is that part of a broader health cover-up that has been going on for Team Biden and by Team Biden for several years, dating back to his time in office? We'll see how it plays out in the days ahead.
Number two.
For the 6 at 6, severe weather impacting our region. So last night, there was significant damage after a tornado hit Grinnell, Kansas. That is out in way western Kansas by Oakley, just off of I-70 there, basically to the Colorado border. So there are pictures from that tornado up on, I put it up on my Facebook this morning, Pete Mundo on KCMO Talk Radio. So it was a confirmed tornado, hit the small town, all of a couple of hundred people. But obviously that was part of a lot of tornado warnings last night from south central Kansas through most of the western part of the state, south of I-70. So today what we're looking at is the potential for tornadoes. We're right now a level 3 out of 5 risk of severe weather today. That means about a 10% probability of a strong to violent tornado happening within 25 miles of where you live. The bullseye today, though, is basically eastern Oklahoma into northwest Arkansas and very southeast Missouri. Or southwest Missouri, excuse me. That would be southwest of Springfield. That's the level 4 out of 5 risk. Basically, Oklahoma City all the way east to the Arkansas state line, up to the Kansas state line, and then, of course, into southwest Missouri. That's where the threat is a level 4 out of level 5. We are in Kansas City at a level 3 right now. So what we're looking at, and we'll talk to Luke Doris this morning, the KCTV5 chief meteorologist, at about 8:45 or so. He'll have new data this morning in the 8 o'clock hour that will tell us what today is going to look like. But the big thing to monitor is the temperature and see how warm it gets as the day rolls on. And then, of course, that'll determine whether or not the atmosphere is strong enough to get those thunderstorms to a point where potentially you've got some tornadic activity. So we'll be monitoring that throughout the day. Luke Doris will be here just before 9 o'clock on KCMO.
Number 3.
Mayor Lucas off to Qatar today. That's right, the big controversial trip for Mayor Q. On his way to Qatar, he will be returning on Thursday from this trip, so he won't be on the show on Thursday. But to his team's credit, they reached out and booked him for Friday morning, 8:05 here on KCMO. So the mayor is going to be fresh off the trip to Qatar and will be on the show 8 o'clock on Friday morning. He leaves this morning, and he is back on Thursday. This trip is supposedly around the World Cup. A bunch of mayors going to Qatar. They hosted the last World Cup. So now we've got mayors from the U.S. who are hosting World Cup games next year going to Qatar. To learn what, God only knows. But we'll talk to the mayor about it on Friday morning.
Number 4.
3 officers in Fairview Heights were shot over the weekend in Missouri. That's in the St. Louis side of the state, happening at about 9:45 p.m. According to Fairview Heights police, they were responding to the area of Potomac Drive for a suspicious person prowling around a home. And when officers arrived and made contact with the person, they found it was a possible domestic situation. The person began shooting and it hit 3 officers. One officer shot in the face underwent emergency surgery, currently in critical but stable condition. Another officer shot in the arm, breaking a bone, and is being treated at the hospital. A third officer shot in the back, but a bulletproof vest the officer was wearing stopped the bullet. That officer was treated and released from the hospital. 2 more officers were injured in a fight with the suspect, and police say the suspect in the shooting is in custody. So thank goodness for that, but a scary situation for law enforcement on the St. Louis side of the state over the weekend.
Number 5.
Well, how about our police here in Kansas City, Missouri? Wow. What a bang-up job for these folks. Woo! They just kicked some butt on Friday night, weekend number 2 of their new plan to take back some of the entertainment districts around Kansas City. Multiple, 19 arrests happening around Kansas City on Friday night. And that's just fantastic. They towed 36 vehicles, issued 76 citations for stunts, sideshows, and takeovers, and they also seized a bunch of firearms. This is the kind of take no prisoners approach that KCPD needs to start implementing. They have done it now for 2 straight weekends, and the chief will be here in 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes, Stacey Graves on KCMO Talk Radio 95.7 FM. Look forward to having her on the show as always.
Number 6.
Lastly, the PGA Championship. Scotty Scheffler winning the PGA Championship. 1 year after his booking mugshot was the lasting image of the PGA Championship last year. Now he is the PGA Championship champion, winning the PGA title for his 3rd major, and good on him. Impressive stuff. It wasn't all that competitive of a Sunday. Mark, did your parlay hit that we talked about on Friday? No.
I just picked Scheffler to win, so that hit.
All right. All right. Nice job there, Mark. Nice job. Well done, buddy. That's great.
You still poor, broke, busted, and disgusted.
No.
Yes.
No. Oh, this guy keeps hitting the big parlays. He's on fire, man. Any Royals parlays for you over the weekend?
No, I missed the one Friday, and then I didn't try again.
All right. That's okay. That's okay, man. Nice job on that. Scotty Scheffler with the win. I didn't watch a single shot of that PGA Championship. Not one. I was on solo dad duty over the weekend, and I didn't see one shot. But you know what? That's how it goes sometimes. That's all right. Coming up, Police Chief Stacey Graves is going to be here on KCMO Talk Radio 95.7 FM and streaming on the KCMO Talk Radio app. We'll talk to her about how they are continuing to keep Kansas City safe, what they're doing, and how it's already working simply 2 weekends in. She's next. It has been another just fantastic weekend for KCPD. 2 weekends into their entertainment plan. And on Friday night alone, 19 arrests, 76 citations, just absolutely rolling. Several firearms seized, 36 vehicles towed. What more can you ask for? KCPD Chief Stacey Graves is here on KCMO. We always appreciate her time. So, Chief, weekend number 2, how would you grade this weekend here as you guys continue to really, hopefully, put an end to a lot of the nonsense happening in the entertainment districts around Kansas?
Well, I give us a high grade this weekend. I'm sure you've seen some of our images that we put out on social media, especially the one with the guy that has a shirt that says, "We don't stop for cops." He was actually sitting on a curb in handcuffs. So we're going to continue. We're going to continue these efforts, whether we are targeting street racers or anybody else that wants to feel like they can come to Kansas City and exhibit lawless behavior or cause disorder when we're trying to make our city safer and so much more, quieter, let's just say. I don't know about you, Pete, but if you've been down in and around the area, those are some loud street racers. We've gotten some complaints about noise disturbances in addition to some of the dangerous behavior from some of these street racers.
Let me ask you, these individuals, are they Kansas City residents largely? Are they from the surrounding area, just knowing they could previously get away with this in Kansas City? Like, who are they and what is drawing them to these entertainment districts?
Okay, so for this weekend, we did have some outsiders coming in. But sometimes we have people from all across the region coming in. Some of these riders are from Kansas City. But this weekend, we had some folks from out of town. They are going to be having a little bit more difficulty, I'm sure, trying to get their vehicles back as if they are traveling in from out of state. But I do want to make one thing clear. This isn't kids borrowing their mom's cars. This isn't kids on their necessarily having their motorbikes down here. These are adults. These are adults who are involved in dangerous behavior. Oftentimes, just like you mentioned before, they're armed with firearms. And, we will continue to escalate our enforcement. We'll continue to work on additional legislation to make sure that we let people know this is not the place to do that kind of activity.
So when you say out of state, do you mean from Kansas, or do you mean from literally?
Like Oklahoma.
Okay.
We've had folks from Texas. We've had people from all over coming into Kansas City. And, this is a culture across the United States. I think I've mentioned that before. I talk to other major city chiefs across the United States, and they're experiencing the same thing in their cities. And, we all share how we're trying to combat that, what legislation we request and get through, and how we, are escalating our enforcement tactics.
Okay, so they are coming from all over. And what is the purpose of this? Is it like they want to go viral on social media with some of these videos, or is it just trying to cause chaos and disruption in high traffic areas like entertainment districts?
Chaos, disruption, and recognition on social media. So some people have said, well, hey, if you give them somewhere to go, I disagree with that. Mm-hmm. People like this that are doing this type of activity are coming down here to be seen. I saw it on Friday night. I was under the bridge on the west side. We were having a great boxing event where one of our police athletic league kiddos were boxing in. I'm not saying that's our event, but we were participating in it. And you hear these guys on bikes coming through. They're trying to go on the sidewalks, and you have some of the people that were in and around that event starting to videotape them. So they want to be seen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's pretty clear. You're right about that. So you obviously had a great second weekend. These are not kids. These are adults. They're armed in many cases as well. So what happens next with these 19 arrests in particular? You've arrested them, and now obviously they go to the prosecutor's office. And how do you feel like that relationship is specifically with these arrests and what you hope happens to these individuals?
Good. So just to get their vehicles out of tow is $500. I mean, and that's it. Their first time getting their vehicle towed. Then it goes up from there, goes to $750, goes to $1,000. People, if they were arrested for doing wheelies, you have imprisonment up to 180 days, a fine of not less than $250, up to $1,000. It continues to increase, and also with our new state law that we hope goes into effect in August of 2025. I mean, we're talking about the first offense is a Class D misdemeanor, the third a Class E felony. So we're going to continue to keep pushing up and escalating that enforcement until this is no longer a thing here in Kansas City.
You feel like this is actually a pretty small group, relatively speaking, of people where, you can get them potentially on these felony charges if it is a third time that they've committed something like this? Like, is it just a lot of the same people, I guess?
Well, we have a detective that's working full-time on street racers. So, what you see on Friday and Saturday night and that enforcement, that continues throughout the week. We have a detective that looks at cameras. We have they're checking the license plate readers, trying to make sure that we identify some of these organizers and people that are involved in this, and it just in following up. Whether if we got to go get someone and their vehicle, we can do that too. Mm-hmm. Like, it just doesn't stop on a Friday night. I will say I do want to give a shout out to our city workers that were with us on Friday night under the bridge. We had two large. I don't remember what department they were from, but there were two large trucks that were blocking a roadway, which really helped us with the pedestrian traffic that we had down there to make sure none of those street racers came through that just to drive through the pedestrian traffic. So also when they started to come on the sidewalk, those city workers went out and was like, nope, not here, and just got them along their way.
Do you feel like, Chief, this is 5 years, give or take, of frustrations for your department kind of coming out, so to speak, where it feels like you can finally do your job? You've got the backing of the city hall, the city council, in a way that maybe you didn't have in the last few years?
I'm telling you, there is a unification of city leadership here. And when I say city, I'm talking about also Jackson County. You can also include the other counties in that. We are working together. We all are on the same page. We all want to make sure that Kansas City's safer. And that is reflective in some of the press releases that have come out with charges coming out, even specifically about street racing and other situations. Yeah, we're unified, and Kansas City is going to be safer as a result.
How unified, when you talk about unification of course, City Hall, Police Department, and Jackson County, the most unified, you've obviously been at this with KCPD for decades, but is there a time in your career you can think of where those three branches were as unified as they are right now?
I've been around for a long time, and I got to tell you, sometimes when you're a young officer, you don't necessarily are that involved with the politics.
True. Yeah, true.
I will say, this is the best it's been in a long time, and it's good. It's really good.
Good deal. Well, Chief, thank you for hopping on once again. Keep up the great work over the weekend. We appreciate all the men and women in law enforcement in Kansas City, Missouri, and we will talk to you again soon. Have a great day.
All right. Thanks, Pete. You too.
All right. There you go. Stacey Graves, KCPD Chief on KCMO Talk Radio 95.7 FM. We're streaming on a Monday morning on the KCMO Talk Radio app. We appreciate you being here, as always, as a part of the show. Last hour, just want to note on the 6 at 6, when I referred to Fairview Heights on the Illinois side of the state line over there in St. Louis, where they had 3 cops shot, not on the Missouri side of the state line. So just a correction there on KCMO Talk Radio. Coming up, Vince Colonnese, our new midday host, will be here at 7:30. We'll talk to him about Joe Biden's now diagnosis of cancer that came out yesterday, prostate cancer, and where it all goes from here. We got the good, the bad, and the ugly. Alabama Lee Greenwood tickets in a half hour. Next, I'll give you 2 documentaries. Since I was on solo dad duty, 2 documentaries. Got the checkout over the weekend, and I'll explain whether or not they're worth your time. Coming up on KCMO Talk Radio. If you're a small business here in Kansas City and you're like, all right, I know this AI thing is happening. I see it in the headlines, but I don't know what to do about it. My friends at Centric, right here in Kansas City, have a free AI and automation for business live demonstration that you can attend next Thursday at 8 a.m. Their headquarters are right off of State Line Road. And the best way for you to register for this free event is to go to centric.com/AI. That's CENTRIQ.com/AI. They had one of these back in March. They had about 50 people show up, and it was such a hit, they want to do it again. So if you couldn't make it then, and you got an opening next Thursday morning at 8 a.m., get in there. You will not regret it. You will learn about artificial intelligence, how it can work alongside your business, and your competitors are using it, so you don't want to fall behind. No downside. Take an hour of your time, go to Centric's headquarters, and learn about AI and your business. Sign up now. That's centric.com/AI, CENTRIQ.com/AI.
Stream Mundo in the Morning on the KCMO Talk Radio app.
Made it through a weekend of solo dadding. Actually, it went really well. But, there was a lot of sports going on this weekend.
Yeah.
And it was weird. I just had no interest in any of them.
Tell.
I know. I don't know why, but the days were so busy and they were fine. But at the end of the day, I kept thinking, I'm just going to sit there and watch sports, right? And just kind of veg out. But I don't know why I really didn't have any interest. I don't know if it was because I didn't feel like I could keep up or I didn't want to get too invested in something. I don't know what it was. But I didn't watch any sports over the weekend. No baseball, none of the golf, nothing. Had busy days. And then I put on 2 documentaries Friday and Saturday that I knew Kate wouldn't have any interest in. I was like, you know what? This is my chance. I'm going to watch these things. I've been intrigued by them.
Get the Chinese takeout.
Yeah. Actually, I didn't do it. We did Mexican one night, which turned out to be a big hit. I gave the girls the option of Chinese or Mexican, and they picked Mexican.
Right.
I was like, okay, that's fine. I'll make it work. So Friday, I watched the Oklahoma City bombing Netflix documentary that overall was very well done. If you haven't seen it, it's called Oklahoma City Bombing and American Terror. And for me, that was one of the first news stories in my life I remember as a kid. It would have been 6.5 years old in April of 95. So that's one of the first things as a kid that you remember, or I remember, from a historical perspective. So what was that thing for you guys that you remember? It wasn't the first for me, but it was definitely near the top of the list at about 6.5 years old that I remember seeing on the news.
Mine would have been October 17th, 1989. There was a giant earthquake that happened between the Oakland Athletics and the San Francisco Giants.
Okay.
World Series game.
Yep.
And my aunt lived in San Francisco, so that was a big deal for us.
Okay.
My mom was freaked out
So
about
fall of 89. So you were how old?
I was 4.
Wow, you got a good memory.
Yeah.
I don't remember much from being 4.
It was seared in my memory. My mom was freaked out about that.
Okay. All right.
We were
That's
watching
fair.
it. The earthquake happened on live TV, and it was crazy.
All right. How about you, John?
Yeah, well, I was 3 when Kennedy was assassinated, so that didn't register for me. And then I'm kind of thinking about how things went from there, and it's like television was ubiquitous like the internet is now.
Yeah.
Then. So many things were on TV, and so I'm thinking, sure, I remember all kinds of space launches and returns. I remember stuff about the war. The draft was on TV. So less so of maybe any one event, but just that constant coverage of things like that.
Okay, that's fair.
So, yeah.
For me, it was Oklahoma City bombing was near the top of the list. O.J. Simpson happened when I was just shy of 6. He got arrested just shy of 6. Very small memory of that. Have a good memory of the trial being on TV about a year later when I would have been 7. But the Oklahoma City bombing was definitely near the top of my list.
OJ was another one.
Yeah, OJ. I mean, that one's seared in. So, and having lived in Oklahoma and being someone who went down to the memorial a couple of times, I said, I got to watch this documentary. Very well done by Netflix. Listen, a little woke. I will admit, a little woke by Netflix. They leaned heavily into the whole thing of all the Okies assumed it was some Middle Eastern with a turban, and it turned out to be a domestic terrorist white guy. Can't believe it. And, tying it into Waco and the anti-government, at one point they said Timothy McVeigh was a big fan of talk radio. They did that whole thing. Yeah. And it was like, okay, guys, I get
there was a movie
it.
then that was all creepery and stuff.
Yeah. I understand what they were going for a little bit there. But if you strip that out of it, and Netflix does an outstanding job with these documentaries. So if you're looking for something, it's not going to make you all cozy on a Friday night, but it is informative.
I'll tell you what, as you and Mark mentioned yours, I remember where I was as you mentioned yours. So once you realize that, maybe you start remembering things and start marking them from that point.
Yes, exactly. Right? That's sometimes how it works. So it's worth your time. It's worth a watch. Then the other thing I watched on Saturday night, also on Netflix, was the documentary on the Joplin tornado that we're coming up on the 14-year anniversary of. Now, I remember where I was for that because I was in Oklahoma in 2011. I had dropped Kate off at a hotel in Oklahoma City because she screwed up her flight. She booked a flight home. We were not living together at the time. I had just moved out there. She was coming out to visit me. She booked a flight home from Oklahoma City for 6 a.m. instead of 6 p.m. So she screwed up her flight. So I said, I got to go back to work. I was living in Woodward, which is about 2.5 hours away. So I left her in a hotel in Oklahoma City because her flight was at 6 a.m. the next day instead of 6 p.m. on Sunday night. And I saw it on the news when we got to her hotel that the Joplin tornado happened. And that Netflix documentary, did either you, Mark, did you see that one as a weather nerd?
Yes.
Okay.
I've seen both of those. They were both great.
See, I didn't think Joplin was great. I did, because it was too much about like, these people and
The
what
stories,
Yeah,
yeah.
the stories of people like sitting inside of a tornado. And it's compelling for a little bit, but an hour and a half documentary where 30 minutes of it is people talking about, I saw this white sky, I couldn't believe it. It's like, I want to know about more so the buildup and then the fallout and the rebuild than 30 minutes of people being like, I couldn't believe it. I was inside of a tornado.
Yeah, it was a lot of personal stories.
Yeah,
for
and the
sure.
personal stuff was too much. A little woke too of, some of the storylines, which if you see it, you'll watch. But as a weather nerd, I appreciated what they were going for, but it just didn't hit for
Weather
me.
Channel does so much better.
Yeah, yes, they do a better job.
I saw one of my favorites. This guy goes, I hauled off towards the shop hollering tornado. I saw it, and there it was. Yeah, right, exactly, buddy.
Yeah.
I just started a Bin Laden documentary on Netflix, and I might be able to report back on that by Friday.
Yeah, please let me know how that goes. The Royals are on the West Coast this week, Mark, so you could squeeze in your documentary watching early in the night, okay? But yeah, they were good. But I would put OKC bombing ahead of Joplin tornado. News in 2 minutes. Vince Colanese, new midday host on KCMO, and the Biden big news next.
Call Mundo 913-408-7957. Now on 95.7 FM.
We've got Vince Colanese here. Of course, you hear him every weekday, 11 to 2 on KCMO Talk Radio after Kevin Kietzman, before Guy Benson. And boy, just when you think you might get a slowing of the news cycle, you get just an absolute bombshell like yesterday. Former President Biden announcing that he has been diagnosed with prostate cancer. But now the question is, does anybody really believe that Joe Biden's medical team just happened to stumble upon aggressive prostate cancer in the last week or so? Vince, good morning. Great to have you here. You buying this storyline?
Pete, good morning, and absolutely not. I am not buying this at all. In fact, the status of Biden's health has always been a source of tremendous deceit. In fact, the entire news cycle for the last few days has been just how much were we lied to about the status of Biden's brain. So I don't think anyone should walk into this story reflexively going, oh, yeah, they're telling the truth about this one for once. It may very well be that, of course, he has the cancer that they've just announced, which is awful. And, you hope, of course, for his improvement in any capacity he can have it. But look, the reality here is, like, this guy had a White House doctor who was a personal friend. His name's Kevin O'Connor. Kevin O'Connor was reported from time to time as being a part of the Biden family business. Politico had reports a couple years ago on his role working with Joe's brother, Jim. And remember, that White House doctor never appeared for questions. You never got a chance to listen, to talk to him, to ask him anything, to kick the tires, figure out what was going on. And the status about his prostate cancer, they didn't even include information about his PSA levels in the reports about Biden's health when he was in the White House. That's contrary to every other president. We get updates on their PSA levels related to prostate health. So this is very suspicious.
Well, that's a great point, and I'm glad you brought up the angle on the doctor, because it was February of 2024 when the AP ran this headline, Biden continues to be fit for duty, his doctor says, after president undergoes annual physical. So you're saying there might be a storyline here regarding the doctor and what his role was and what he knew and how he was maybe, helping the Biden family on the side by covering up some of these health issues?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm very suspicious of the guy, and the reason for that is because, like I said, he's a personal family friend. He was brought in to the White House on that basis, and it certainly seems to me like he was doing more to kind of downplay what was going on with Biden than to escalate it. I mean, if he was honest about what was going on with Joe Biden, we would have known so much more about these cognitive issues that everyone is now admitting he had, and we would have had some sense of what his prostate health was again, because that's what we got for every other president. So yeah, I'm not buying it, and it's unfortunate, isn't it? Unfortunate that we have to live in a world where we have to distrust the government and especially the people around Biden this much.
Well, and yeah, the people that were in charge of covering him, and we're a day away from this book from Jake Tapper being released tomorrow. Book release and the storylines around this book release impacted Team Biden's announcement yesterday.
I think it was critical. I think one of the core reasons that this information is even coming out is to try and create sympathetic pressure to downplay the critique about Joe Biden's mind not being there. I mean, I don't think this is in any way a coincidence. And again, it beggars belief to think that they just found out about this cancer being in a very aggressive state when every urologist across the whole planet is all saying, this isn't possible. Like this, a guy who had this much medical attention, world-class medical attention, the president of the United States, routine annual checks. This is not some guy that just missed checkups for a decade. It's a guy who was routinely being hovered over by a team of medical experts, because that's what the president gets. It just doesn't seem like it adds up at all. And so you get a story like this right as this book is about to come out. Yeah, it's meant to scramble the signal a bit and try and reclaim the narrative. Look, the Biden family's business has dried up, Pete. Since he left the White House, Hunter doesn't have any way to make money anymore. Nobody's buying the painting. So the Biden family is in a desperate panic right now to try and figure out how they can regain some sort of legitimacy and a source of income.
I thought I saw one of Hunter's paintings on eBay, but the highest bid was like 7 cents. So I didn't know if that was a good sign or a bad sign for the family. But you're right. I mean, there is no pathway to make money right now. So, man, this is going to be a great story to follow. Vince Coglianese is here. Of course, he is live 11 to 2 every weekday on KCMO Talk Radio after Kevin Kietzman. So what about, Vince, as you look at this past week, President Trump, of course, returning from his Middle East trip Friday, how would you rate that trip? What is like the top storyline you think of in the wake of that trip that the president wrapped up last week?
Well, I love the pageantry of each of these countries as they demonstrated to the nines their respect for the United States of America. I loved all of that. I thought it was cool to see, the Arabian camels and the horses and the welcomes for the president and the high honors that they gave him. And most importantly, I think I just love that the president, fought for our country, was unashamed of the people of this country, and brought back somewhere in the vicinity of $3 trillion of investments, including a massive purchase order for tons of Boeing planes, which is pretty generous to Boeing, especially because Boeing hasn't had a great track record of delivery on time lately. But still, President Trump working to bring back some investment into the United States. I do think the most ridiculous storyline of the week, though, was this grief that everybody's trying to serve the president for accepting a Boeing jet, apparently, to the tune of some $400 million in value to add to the Pentagon's fleet that carry the president and other dignitaries that we call Air Force One when the president's on it. I just think that's the silliest thing I've ever heard. I can't even believe how ridiculous that's the silliest thing I've ever. I love that he got a plane. I don't know anybody else who could do it. And I think it's a great thing. I think it's a really great thing. So I thought it was a great trip.
I'm still waiting on mine. So, Vince, what about the big, beautiful bill? You are there in D.C. Of course, that's where you broadcast out of for the Vince Coglianese Show, syndicated nationwide, including here on KCMO. So you've got all those contacts in D.C. What does that big, beautiful bill look like as it continues to obviously be the lead story in Congress in the days and weeks ahead?
Yep. Yeah, so last night it passes a critical committee. It's destined, it looks like, for a floor vote. But there's a lot of debate going on in the House right now, not just the House, the Senate side. And so here are the core questions. I mean, look, the president wants a big, beautiful tax cut to be passed. He wants an extension of the tax cuts that we all love from 2017. And he wants a couple more tacked on. He wants income tax cuts on tips, on overtime, on Social Security. It's a big deal. And there's some funding priorities in there, too, including for our border. But the debate that's going on in D.C. right now among Republicans, Democrats are against it because they hate Trump and they're against everything he does. But the debate amongst Republicans right now is how much spending do we cut? And at the moment, the bill is targeting in the vicinity of $1.5 trillion in cuts over 10 years. Now, trillion, for most of us, that sounds like a lot of money. But $1.5 trillion isn't the biggest cut imaginable over the course of 10 years. That's a relatively small deal. That's $150 billion a year. So the Senator Ron Johnson's been arguing we need to be closer to like $8.5 trillion because, Pete, you know what happened. In 2019, we were at a certain spending level. 2020, it explodes due to COVID. Guess what? It never came back down. Every year we are spending at COVID levels. So is it legitimate to say the government's spending too much money and we should cut it a lot because our grandkids need a country? Definitely. But here's the rub. The president's got to get his agenda passed and quickly, because if he doesn't, it's going to be a bloodbath in the midterms. So here's what I'm telling Republicans. Grow your margins and then rein in this government dramatically. That's your job. But right now, step one is grow your margins. You don't have any wiggle room right now. So you don't have anything to play with. So get the president's agenda passed. This is what the voters asked for. And then grow those margins and rein in this government.
All right. So that would be, you're saying, like a second half of Trump 2.0 term agenda item.
It's just got to be. It's just got to be because and here's one other piece about Washington math. They never factor in the fact that tax cuts increase revenues to the government. Meaning when people have more of their own money and they spend it on things that they care about and generate more business, guess what happened in 2017? They cut those taxes. 2018, boom, revenues go up. How does that happen? That's because people are doing more with the economy because they have more money to do it.
Yeah, well said. Vince Colonnese will be listening to the Vince Colonnese Show 11 to 2 every weekday here on KCMO Talk Radio 95.7 FM. Vince, appreciate it, man. We'll be listening today. Thanks so much for the time.
Pete Mundo. Love KCMO. Love you. Thank you, man.
You bet. Outstanding work. He's doing great work every single weekday here on KCMO after Kietzman. Fantastic insight there, and you want to be sure to check out that show. Once again, if you haven't yet, he's really doing well at 11 o'clock. All right, let's give away those Alabama Lee Greenwood tickets. They are coming to Azura Amphitheater this Friday, and we've got chances to win all week long. 7:45, and then with Kietzman at 10:45. Seventh caller right now to 913-408-7957, 913-408-7957. Going to see Alabama and Lee Greenwood coming up on Friday night at Azura Amphitheater. The good, the bad, and the ugly from the weekend is next.
Hey, it's Kevin Kietzman. Stick around. I'm coming up at 10 o'clock right after Pete Mundo on KCMO 95.7 FM.
That's right. Kietzman's coming up at 10. We've still got 2 hours to go here on KCMO. Who won the Alabama Lee Greenwood tickets there for Friday, John?
Donna in Paola is going to have Red, White, and Blue weekend. Got Lee Greenwood in Alabama at Azura Amphitheater, and we're giving away 4 packs all week long. So 3 of her closest friends will be heading out there to kick off the weekend.
And to be clear, 2 packs. 2 today, 2 in the morning, 2 in the midday.
Oh, is that how it goes?
Yes.
Okay.
We got 20 for the week.
I got some different verbiage here.
Okay.
So, cool.
Yes. So we got 2 in the morning and then 2 with Kevin. Yes.
Excellent.
Figure we spread the love, you know?
Okay. Yeah,
So Donna gets to bring her best friend or significant other, whoever that might be.
Or leave him at home.
Yeah, or leave him at home.
You know, he can do dad duty like you did.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that.
Exactly. So that's what's going on. Kietzman at 10:45, your next chance to win. It's that time of the week. Let's go.
It's time for the good, the bad, and the ugly on KCMO Talk Radio. Now on 95.7 FM.
All right, let's start with the good from the weekend here on KCMO Talk Radio, 95.7 FM. I made it. I know some of you were losing sleep over this over the weekend, but I did make it.
I had my grandsons for just like 3 hours, and I was thinking, oh, man, Pete.
Well, it was my first time being in charge of all 3 at 6, 4, and 1-year-old by myself for a weekend, and it went swimmingly. I mean, it was fantastic. Yeah, sure, we had our bumps in the road. How can you not with 3 little kids? But overall, we had an outstanding time, and it went really well. It exceeded my expectations. I was worried about, meltdowns. Where's mom? You stink. No, none of that. And there was one moment where one of the 3 was like, I miss mom. But for the most part, we had a great time. And, we finished up Claire's big soccer season on Saturday as well. They had a great year. For kindergarten soccer players, they went undefeated. But, hey, no one keeps score. We don't keep score, okay? No keeping score. They overcame very mediocre coaching in the process and it knocked it out of the park. So it turned out to be, it's going to be one of those weekends that when I'm old and I'm sitting on the porch and just kind of looking around, I'll remember weekends like this weekend. So it worked out great, and mom got back in one piece and safe as well after a girls' weekend, and now it's back to business on a Monday morning. The bad from the weekend, Tim Walz, remember him? I mean, he's still the governor of Minnesota, amazingly. But this guy gave the commencement speech at the University of Minnesota Law School over the weekend. And he just can't help himself. I mean, this guy takes Trump derangement syndrome to a new level. Ever since, of course, he lost on the ticket with Kamala Harris, the guy who was supposed to bring white men back to the Democratic Party, which is just, I mean, so freaking hilarious. This dude is the guy who's now giving commencement speeches, and a commencement speech he can't help but make political.
This is what the crumbling of rule of law looks like in real time. And it's exactly what the founders of this nation feared. A tyrant abusing power to persecute scapegoats and enemies. Look, I get it. There's nervous folks on my side of the aisle. They don't want us to touch any of this. I keep hearing this. Oh, the polling really, it sucks talking about this. It's a distraction from more important issues. Consultants said steer away from talking about this rule of law stuff. But caring about this stuff isn't partisanship or politics. It's patriotism.
You know what I realized Tim Walz is? I would describe Tim Walz in this one word. He's just a dingleberry. That's what Tim Walz is. He's one massive dingleberry. I mentioned earlier that as I was sitting there watching the documentary over the weekend on the Joplin tornado done on Netflix, Barack Obama, I didn't realize this till I watched the documentary, gave the commencement speech at Joplin High School in 2012, a year after the tornado. And, I went back and I watched some of it over the weekend after seeing some of the clips. And say what you want about Obama, like he understood, hey, not here to be political. Not here to talk about, hey, these climate change issues are really impacting these tornadoes in your part of the world, so you better get on board with my climate change agenda. He just showed empathy and sympathy and did his job. Tim Walz is a loser. I mean, Tim Walz is only going to be remembered outside of a handful of people in Minnesota as the guy who was a colossal loser and failure on the 2024 ticket with Kamala Harris. One of the worst tickets put together in modern American history. And he's given a commencement speech at a law school. It's like, can you just say, hey, rah, rah, kids? Rah, rah, Minnesota, rah, rah, law school, rah, rah, the future, same old stuff. It's like, even Trump, when Trump's giving his commencement speeches at University of Alabama a couple of weeks ago, he's mostly just sitting there saying, hey, America first, you're going to do great things. Like, that's what it's about. But Tim Walz can't help himself. He can't. I mean, he takes this whole TDS thing to the next level. It's unbelievable. So that was the bad from the weekend. And then the ugly. The ugly is the severe weather that took place in our neck of the woods, not here in the Kansas City area immediately, but you had multiple tornado warnings across western and south central Kansas yesterday in particular. And you ended up with Grinnell, Kansas, getting hit head-on with a tornado. Small town, a couple of hundred folks off I-70 out by Oakley towards the Colorado border. There are pictures of that on, I put them up on my Facebook page, Pete Mundo on KCMO. You can see them there. But you also had tornado warnings down by Greensburg, Kansas. Of course, they got hit real hard, 18 years ago now with an EF5. So they're waking up this morning to potentially some damage. That was near midnight last night. But now we get set for round 2 potentially today. The bullseye is down in eastern Oklahoma, but we will also be monitoring severe weather throughout the day on KCMO. Coming up, the most evil person in this Joe Biden cancer saga next. You feel bad for Joe Biden. You obviously, I do. I think we all should sit there and say, we hope that Joe Biden somehow figures out a way to beat this aggressive form of prostate cancer. But I have zero sympathy for his wingwoman in all this, Jill Biden. Jill Biden, in the wake of this prostate cancer announcement from yesterday from the president of the United States' medical team, continues to make Jill Biden, sorry, that's Dr. Jill Biden, look absolutely awful. Jill Biden may go down, and I've got to ask Bill O'Reilly this because he's the historian around here on the global stage. We don't know how long Joe Biden has been dealing with prostate cancer, but it seems very unlikely that Joe Biden's medical team found out about this in the last few days. They put in a statement yesterday. On Friday, he was diagnosed with prostate cancer. Now, I suppose it's possible, but based on the medical history of Joe Biden, the covering up of that medical history by his team and by his family, is there any reason to believe that Joe Biden, who is as tested for medical issues as anybody on the planet the last few years because he was the president of the United States, just happened to stumble upon prostate cancer at an aggressive stage on Friday? That's so unbelievable. And if he's been dealing with this, along with all of the mental acuity issues that he clearly was suffering from during his 4 years in office, this makes Jill Biden look even worse. I mean, don't forget, Jill Biden was the one who, after the debate in June, where Biden didn't know up from down or left from right, they'd go to a, post-debate rally, and Jill Biden treats him like I do my kindergartner when she comes home and, has a piece of paper where she's learning how to write her name. And I'm like, great job, Claire. This is fantastic. That was Jill Biden back in late June after that horrific debate with Donald Trump.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts. And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Lie! Yes.
Such a cute soundbite.
Wow, we dodged a bullet with Dr. Jill and Grace Walls.
Yeah.
Man.
We did.
No, the mind boggles, though, as you sort of think of this cumulative. You go, yeah, there's this. And then you go, wait a minute, way back to, and you start thinking all of them yourself,
Yeah.
the whole situation.
This was an absolute, utter embarrassment. And Jill Biden comes out of this looking horrible. If you have dealt with, certainly, God forbid, you've dealt with a spouse dealing with issues like this. But for most people, it's probably going to be a parent. You think about what Jill Biden, who is supposed to love this man more than anybody in the world, did to this guy. That clip, it's even worse because Joe looks like he doesn't know where he is or why he's standing on that stage in that moment. And Jill was the one who, I guess, was watching that debate and didn't come to the obvious conclusion of, wow, we're done. It's over. Let's go to Delaware. I don't know how much time Joe has. Maybe it's 5, 10, who knows how many years it is, but let's go live our lives. I love this man. I don't want to see this for him anymore. It's embarrassing. To not come to that conclusion says a lot about somebody. It's not on Joe. It's not. When you deal with people who are dealing with these issues, think about it. I'm God willing, obviously, in a situation where I'm too young to be dealing with stuff like this. But for many of you who have dealt with parents who, you got to take away the keys. I think Kietzman was talking about this a few weeks ago. He had to do this with his own mother. That can be, for some people, a tough conversation. But you have to do it. Not just for their well-being, but for the well-being of those around them. Those that they know and those that they don't know. Joe Biden had to have the keys taken away, not just for his own sake, but you would think that that would be the first thing that would come to your mind if you love this man, but also for the sake of the country, for the sake of the world. It is so beyond obvious that Joe Biden was not in charge of anything towards the end of his term in office. We know full well about the auto pen. And Jill Biden appeared to be one of the ones who was like, no, we're going full steam ahead, until they literally had no other option. Until basically Obama and Schumer and Pelosi said to Jill Biden, it's over for you. You're done. There's no money. It's all drying up. And you can go ahead into the fall with this bloodbath coming with Donald Trump, but there is not a shot that we are giving you a dime to make it happen. And that's when she had to basically pack up the tent and go home. And this says everything about the worst wife in White House history. That's what history should write about. 913-408-7957. This morning on Morning Joe, of all places, MSNBC, because the media obviously is trying to totally do a mea culpa here. Joe Scarborough had on Dr. Zeke Emanuel, who talked about Joe Biden's cancer diagnosis. Here was what they aired on MSNBC this morning.
You're an oncologist, obviously incredibly respected. You believe that it is likely, just for those just tuning in, you believe it is likely if this prostate cancer has spread to the bone, that he could have had it for up to a decade, but certainly it's likely. Would it be fair to say it's likely to have had this for at least several years?
Oh, more than several years. You don't get prostate cancer.
So I just want to stop you. So this is not speculation. If you have prostate cancer that is spread to the bone, then he's most certainly, you were saying, had it when he was president of the United States.
Oh, yeah. He did not develop it in the last 100, 200 days. He had it while he was president. He probably had it at the start of his presidency in 2021. Yes, that I don't think there's any disagreement about that.
That was Zeke Emanuel, doctor, this morning on MSNBC, talking to Joe Scarborough. Of all people, Joe Scarborough going down this road. 913-408-7957. Jonathan's in Kansas City first up. Good morning, Jonathan. Go ahead, my man.
Hey, Pete. That's the thing. That's the thing I'm getting at. You know, I don't know tons about cancer, obviously not as much about this oncologist, but I know it's generally a progressive, degenerative disease. So generally, like, it's not like a car accident where you get it and you die the next day. You get it and it develops over time. So the fact that it's this advanced means he's had to have had it for a while, maybe even before he ran for president, certainly while he was president. And the other thing is, you know, what they always say is a lot of your health, you know, part of it is physical, but part of it is mental. Like, if you're too stressed out, that actually they've done a lot of research that makes things like cancer and heart disease worse.
Mm-hmm.
So like you decide, okay, let's say they knew he had cancer for years. One of the worst things you could do is put you in one of the most stressful jobs in the world. And it's like, okay, like you need to resign or not run for president in the first place and work on, you know, recovering at home and taking care of yourself, you know?
You're spot on, Jonathan. Thank you. That is something, too, that came up last night from a couple of doctors that were also making the news rounds yesterday, where if Joe Biden was dealing with this prostate cancer for a period of time, and if this is something that he was potentially getting treated for, what could that impact have been on his cognitive issues, right? That is absolutely something that now needs to be explored. So the Biden team, I think, in part announced this on Sunday because this book from Jake Tapper is coming out tomorrow. And they wanted to say, hey, it's time for a little sympathy for old Joe. And it's like, no. This is just adding to all the issues and cover-ups that you guys apparently committed during 4 years in the White House. That's what this is about. And I've got another doctor who talked about some of those cognitive issues that we'll play for you and also get to your calls at 913-408-7957. Coming up next on 95.7 FM, KCMO Talk Radio. If you're waking up this morning, and I hope it's not you, but gosh, if you're dealing with a plumbing issue, there's one name to know in Kansas City: The Plumbing Pro. It doesn't get any simpler than that, but just make sure you get the in the Plumbing Pro. I'll see how many times I can say the in the next 45 seconds or so. And that's because with the Plumbing Pro, you've got a locally owned business in Kansas City since 1978 that's reliable, professional, provides quality workmanship, is transparent, and has great customer service. That's how you end up with 4.8 stars out of 5 on Google Review. And that's what the Plumbing Pro proudly has. Steve and his team have been doing this for almost 50 years, and he'll tell you that any success they've enjoyed is really the result of how they've treated people along the way. That's what they matter and care about the most. You, the customer. So if you need a plumber, theplumbingpro.com is the place to go. Whether you're leaking, clogged, or dripping, and we've all been there, theplumbingpro.com. That's theplumbingpro.com.
It's Mundo in the Morning. Now on FM at 95.7. Set a preset on your radio. KCMO Talk Radio.
So if Joe Biden was dealing with this prostate cancer while he was in the White House, which frankly seems impossible for him not to have been dealing with this while he was in the White House, you do not just wake up on a Friday, as Biden's health team alleged this past weekend, and have aggressive prostate cancer when you are the most medically watched human being on the planet. What could that have done to his cognitive abilities? Well, here was Dr. David Shusterman on News Nation last night.
I want to ask very quickly, so much has been made of his apparent cognitive decline. Is there a possibility that either the cancer itself or any treatments he was undergoing in secret could affect cognitive function of a person?
Yeah, absolutely. Because what happens is when prostate cancer becomes, like say you get treated for prostate cancer and then the prostate cancer recurs, what you would do is you would start someone on a testosterone blocking hormone such as Lupron. And because Lupron acts to lower your testosterone, it gives you kind of like symptoms of depression, lower energy, fatigue. So there's a lot of things that go with being on Lupron treatment. So Lupron is a class of medicine that just castrates, chemically castrates someone so that the prostate cancer doesn't spread. And so Lupron was likely used.
That was Dr. David Shusterman on News Nation last night. So it's a lot of speculation, but even MSNBC is out there this morning on Morning Joe saying it's just not believable that Joe Biden found out on Friday he's got aggressive prostate cancer. On the text line, 913-4087-957. Pete, shame on you. You're really going to pick this time when he has cancer to berate Jill Biden. That's Dr. Jill to you. You're unbelievably disgusting. You're telling me the blame is not on the doctors. Okay.
He's a nut job.
If you actually believe that Joe Biden's doctors spent years with the best doctors on the planet missing this, I do have that beachfront property in Salina that has your name on it. It's a tough market right now. I'm looking for a buyer. And it's like anything else, like when you have a sick kid. And you've heard, there are millions of stories like this. I mean, we talk about them every year during our Children's Miracle Network, Miracle Day of Hope. When you talk to parents and they say, we go to all these doctors and they say nothing's wrong with our kid. And I just know I've got that motherly instinct. Something was wrong with my child and the doctors weren't catching it. Jill Biden was theoretically going to sleep every night next to this guy. She saw more of Joe than anybody else on the planet. And you're telling me she didn't know something was wrong? I mean, forget the prostate cancer. You can't tell with that. But just all of this stuff, all of his health issues. Telling me Joe is as sharp as he's ever been? You could see it as a bystander watching the guy on television when he would rarely show up. Jill didn't see it? Absolutely. I feel bad for Joe. I sympathize with Joe. When you're, going through these issues, you don't necessarily know what you're dealing with. You have to rely on those who theoretically love you the most to save you from yourself. And that's why, yes, Jill Biden is the villain in all this. Mike and Leewood's on KCMO. Go ahead, Mike. What's happening?
Hey, Pete. I personally have a little experience with this with both myself and my father, who's the same age as Joe Biden, who's had prostate cancer for 3 decades. And it's most likely, in my opinion, I agree with both of those oncologists, that he was probably already on hormone treatment for quite a few years. His PSA would have been demonstrated prostate cancer a decade ago, and for it to get to the level that they're saying it's at now, there's just no way. That's not the way it works. They would have known about that. They would have been treating it years and years ago, maybe even before he ran for office. So he would have had to divulge to the public that he was fighting prostate cancer before he was even elected the first time. And so the public deserves to know things like that. We need to know the health of all of our candidates. And I think I think we need to know the truth of what happened there, because hormone treatment
takes away your energy. Is exactly what happens. And to me, he was very symptomatic over the last 3 years of somebody that had gone through testosterone depletion. It zaps your energy. You're done for the most part. And then you're on other medications. And so the way his cognitive skills declined, to me, it looked like somebody who's exactly on that. I know a lot about Lupron and how it works and what happens. And so that makes a lot more sense than almost anything.
Thank you for that, Mike. I appreciate it. You're holding up okay with and your father's holding up okay?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Fortunately, Bobby Kennedy is in office, and maybe we'll learn about some other therapies that a lot of people don't know about.
All right. Good deal. Good deal, Mike. Well, best wishes,
Thank
my
you.
man. Thanks for checking in. I appreciate that. Yeah, don't forget this headline, February 28th of 2024 by the Associated Press. Biden continues to be fit for duty, as doctor says, after president undergoes annual physical. Tammy and Shawnee, go ahead. You're on KCMO.
Good morning. I just want to say that I am not buying Jill Biden. I don't buy her. I don't buy the lie. I believe that she did know all along. I think she kind of fancies herself as a modern day Eleanor Roosevelt. Behind the scenes, really the one in power. Making decisions and letting him take credit for it. She wanted to keep it being. She wanted to keep it quiet so she could keep on riding it, so that she could enjoy all the things, all the pluses that happen when you're president and president's wife. And she wanted to keep on enjoying that lifestyle, not to mention all the money that they apparently made being president. It's amazing how they became so rich while they were in the presidency.
Yeah.
And I think by saying this now, she either thought that the truth was finally going to come out, or she wants sympathy for her husband so that maybe some money can come in and he can have his library, or maybe history will be kind to him. It's all about that.
It's hard to argue otherwise, Tammy. Thank you very much. I mean, there's no doubt about it. A lot of shenanigans involved with that family over the years. I mean, at this point, at the very least, that is undeniable. 913-408-7957. Luke Doris, KCTV5 will be here in 15 minutes on the severe weather coming our way today, what to watch out for. Next, why do we care what Cardinals fans think about anything? They were at the K. I'll explain on KCMO.
If it's happening in KCMO, it's on KCMO 95.7 FM. Here's Pete Mundo.
All right, so I guess since I've annoyed both sides of the political aisle here, let me just quickly wrap up this Biden prostate cancer conversation by reading a couple of your texts. And then I'll get to the Cardinals here, who suddenly we are supposed to care what the Cardinals fans think about our stadium situation that they probably don't know much about. But first, on the text line. Man, all these righty Christians are showing their true colors today. The vitriol is disgusting. No one's upset, or at least we didn't field any calls, and I'm certainly not upset with Joe Biden. It is fair to be upset as an American citizen with Dr. Jill. I use the doctor tongue in cheek. It is more than reasonable to be upset with Dr. Jill Biden, who went to sleep every night next to Joe, knowing full well he was not there anymore as the most important person on the planet. Yes, it is fair to criticize her over this. Not about faith or, anything like that. It's irrelevant to the conversation. Also on the text line, 913-408-7957. Shame on you for giving Jellyfish Joe any sympathy. He did irreparable damage to the country. I agree with that, but on a human level, I feel bad for a man who may very well be dying. It doesn't mean I disagree with the fact that he did some irreparable damage by opening up the borders and, all these other things he did. But as just a human being, I feel bad for the guy. And if that's the case, I'm guilty as charged, but I feel bad for the man.
Isn't it interesting that this topic also came up with Lloyd Austin? And we were all saying, hey, what's he doing checking out for? Wasn't it prostate cancer with him, I believe?
I don't remember.
Anyway, he had a cancer and he went out and went under treatment, went under without telling anybody.
Yeah.
So the topic has come up even in the last couple of years.
That's a good point. Forgot about that one with him. You're right. And he just went MIA. Hey, where's Lloyd? No one's seen him in a while. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, his was prostate cancer.
Yeah. So it's like same thing. And there was no transparency on that issue either. None whatsoever. So over the weekend, the Royals, of course, lost 2 of 3 against the Cardinals, dropped Friday and Saturday's game, and then they won the final game of the series to salvage the series yesterday. So Channel 41, Woke 41, was out there at the K yesterday, and they were interviewing a bunch of fans about, of course, the future of the stadiums. The Royals, where they're going to end up. Are they going to be downtown? Might they look at the Kansas side of the state line? And Mark, I have an audio clip in there that I put in, if you could grab that in the audio cuts folder, from Channel 41, where they interviewed fans outside the stadium. And I'm fine doing this with Royals fans, right? I mean, you're looking for content. This was a hot topic last week. The state of Kansas has the Star Bond offer that expires on June 30th. State of Missouri tried to pass some state funding for the Royals and the Chiefs last week. It went up in flames. Friday, we had on Missouri Governor Mike Kehoe. He said that he will call a special session in June. He will call a special session in June to bring the legislature back to try to pass this funding again. So, top story, it makes sense. Interview Royals fans, cool. Who cares what Cardinals fans think? And I see some of you say on the text line, well, Pete, I'm a Cardinals fan. I listen to the show. And no, I don't care that you're a Cardinals fan. I'm not bothered by that. But Cardinals fans don't really know what's been going on. It's like when the Chiefs played the Commanders this year, having Washington, D.C. media come out here and ask Chiefs fans about the Commanders' new stadium they're apparently going to build in D.C. We don't really know anything about it. Why does anyone care what we think? Who cares what Cardinals fans think about our stadium that they're probably not really up to speed on? I just don't know why it matters. Here's the clip from Channel 41.
Spoke with fans from both sides of the state about how they're feeling about it.
As long as I stay in Kansas City, I'd be happy, but preferably I think baseball belongs downtown.
I just want the Royals to stay here. This is home.
As someone who lives in Overland Park, I would say come over to Overland Park if you want to move over there.
Okay,
are you
buddy.
okay with that?
While Royals fans have their opinions about the future home of the team, so do their rivals, Cardinals fans. And there's another long-standing rivalry at play, Missouri versus Kansas.
Missouri doesn't need to lose another team, so.
We don't want that at all. I mean, that'd be a tragedy. Yeah, I mean, the Royals are part of Missouri, as well as the Chiefs.
Judicial. I work for the Missouri State Park System. The park system is partially funded by a sales tax. And the sales tax, if it goes into Kansas, that sales tax may go to Kansas.
Just pause that right there. That guy has no idea what he's talking about. I work for the park system in Missouri. The sales tax partially funds the Missouri park system. No, there's a 3/8 cent sales tax in Jackson County for the Chiefs and the Royals, and that is then split by the two teams out at the Truman Sports Complex. If he's talking about other taxes that they may indirectly then fund the park system, I get that, but that is a total stretch.
So you may want to talk to Patrick, too.
Get our friends in the Show Me Institute on the horn if you want to go down that road. But this guy from St. Louis being like, yeah, I'm a Cardinals fan. I work for the park system, and we're screwed if the Chiefs and the Royals don't stay. Well, that's not really true. But anyway, let's continue.
St. Louis sports fans know what it's like to lose a team.
There's still a lot of negative feelings about the Rams leaving and going to L.A.
Missouri is now at bat, trying to counteroffer Kansas's Star Bonds package. The bill passed last June and could partially fund stadium projects in Kansas. On Friday, Governor Mike Kehoe hinted at calling a special session after a similar bill in Missouri failed to pass.
It's a very competitive environment on the west side of the state for those teams.
It's the border rivalry at play, but wherever the Royals are, loyal fans are there too.
Regardless of what side of the state line they're on, I'm a fan and will continue to support them.
All right, that last voice is the guy who was like, I live in Overland Park, come over here. I'm sure that's how he feels, except he wouldn't want him in his own backyard. Just go somewhere else. Come on, guy. You got to be kidding me. So that's like, I'm watching this package, and I'm saying, okay, these Cardinals fans, God bless them, but they don't really know what's been going on here, and that was pretty evident when you hear them talk. Yeah, we're still upset about losing the Rams. Okay, and yeah, okay, I get it. You should be upset about that. But, that's not really what's going on here, John.
As a Kansas City fan, I delight in it. St. Louis fans know what it's like to lose a team, the Rams. Oh, you meant the Cardinals?
Yeah,
Do you mean the NBA St. Louis Hawks that moved to Atlanta? You talking about the St. Louis Browns that moved to Baltimore to be the Orioles?
Yes, there is some joy in that. You're right. So I'll leave you with this, too, before we get to Luke Doris, KCTV5. And then we're going to have on Chris Kobach at 9 o'clock talk about his lawsuit against Pfizer. But one thing, I saw a lot of this in local media. Mike Kehoe did a press conference on Friday indicating he may call a special session. It's like, no, he is calling a special session. He said on this show on Friday morning, he is calling a special session in June. But they all just took what he said from the press conference that he did on Friday. Channel 9, Missouri Governor Mike Kehoe indicates possible special session to revisit Chiefs-Royals Stadium legislation. Woke 41, Mike Kehoe hints at special session to address Chiefs-Royals Stadium futures. KCTV 5, Missouri Governor hints at special session to fund Chiefs-Royals stadiums. I know that all these folks can't listen to KCMO, but they could actually learn a thing or two. Those in the news business in this town could learn something by listening to the people and the newsmakers that are right here on 95.7 FM, and then they could properly write the headline. He said on KCMO on Friday, he is calling a special session. I don't know what he said in the press conference, but I didn't need to hear that because he was clear as day right here on KCMO Talk Radio. And I won't say who, but I even emailed some of them and said, guys, this is what he said. And they were like, thanks. Okay. So if you want to use the audio, it's all yours. Do what you want with it. But you should properly inform your viewers on what's going to happen here. But for too many, they're not really interested in that. That's why we got you every morning, 6 to 10 on KCMO 95.7 FM. Streaming on the KCMO Talk Radio app and, of course, at KCMOTalkRadio.com. Coming up, severe weather possible today. New forecasts and predictions have just dropped from Luke Doris of KCTV5. He's their chief meteorologist, and he will be here next on KCMO.
Hey, it's Kevin Kietzman. Stick around. I'm coming up at 10 o'clock right after Pete Mundo on KCMO 95.7 FM.
I was talking to our buddy Luke Doris, KCTV5 chief meteorologist, yesterday, and he said, I'll have a better idea on what today is looking like, meaning Monday, for severe weather after the storms blow through last night. So last night was more or less a predictor for what's to come today. So, Luke, good morning. Great to have you here. Appreciate the time. How are the predictions different from where they were before the storms came through last night?
So the storms last night we were under a risk for severe weather last night, and there was some, but they were generally not that punchy. So what happened is they did not work over the atmosphere in any tremendous sense. So the questions that we had yesterday is if those were pretty strong, what they could have done is pushed some of we've got a warm front that is going to be a big focal point for storms as we go throughout the day. It could have pushed that further south. There were a lot of things that those storms could have done. Whenever storms move through, think of they kind of balance out the atmosphere. That's what storms are for, is to even everything up. And if you don't have them, then things get uneven or unstable, is what we call it. That can make storms stronger. So the hope was, and the potential was, is that last night they could have been somewhat punchy and tamped down some of the severe risks today, but they didn't really help a whole lot. So our severe risk for today, it's always been higher than what we were expecting on Sunday, but that's still certainly the case since last night didn't really do a whole lot to squash that down.
Gotcha. Okay, so I just saw your post on X at Luke Doris, 2 R's in Doris, and I see that you've got here 3 chances for multiple rounds of severe storms. Let's start with the first one, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. What are we looking at for potential there? And then we'll work through the afternoon after that.
Okay, so just big picture-wise, today is level 3 out of 5. And we've even got a level 4 out of 5 just south of us, like south of Kansas City by a couple counties, like southern parts of Bates County and places like that. So you drive an hour south, you're in a level 4 out of 5. So that tells us the potential for storms is rather high today for severe weather within the storms anyway. And what that means is in our whole area, anybody that can hear us talking right now could see a severe storm today, but not everybody will. All right. So we're all under the risk zone, but not everybody's going to get it. So today's messy. It is not cut and dry. A lot of times we'll say there's a front coming through between 7 and 9 or whatever, and that's when the storms will occur, and they're going to be roughly this strong. But today we don't have like one thing to point to that will be the trigger mechanism. So with that, we get multiple rounds. So the first round is going to be this like lunchtime-ish, 11 to 1 kind of a window. There might be a severe storm with it. Probably not. That's just more like, hey, we've got storms beginning. The most concerning round is this mid-afternoon round, and that one will be somewhere between 3 and 6. That's the one to pay attention to. Be paying attention from 3 to 6 today. If you don't hear anything else from this, pay attention during that time. Because what we think is going to happen then is the main event will occur, and storms will fire. They'll go up rapidly, and they're the ones that have the tornado risk with them. We don't know that we'll have tornadoes today or not, but the potential is there. And if there's ever a chance for a tornado, you need to know that. You need to pay attention. That's the window for the tornadoes. And if they go, not just brief little spin-ups, they could be like for real tornadoes. It is a possibility today. But it's a brief window because it's only when those storms are first starting in the mid-afternoon that they'll have the tornado chance. Quickly, they're going to go from like these little individual storms, which are the ones that can produce tornadoes, into kind of a big cluster. And when they turn into a cluster and they all meet up, the tornado risk drops off sharply. That's going to happen quickly. So you've got like a 2-hour, 3-hour primary tornado risk and hail. Dude, the hail threat today, these storms are capable of producing big hail. So upwards of 2.5-inch hail, 3-inch hail. We don't know that that'll happen. That's just what's possible. So be watching for big hail, potential tornado warnings, and of course, straight line winds is always a threat whenever you've got that set up too. That's round 2. Mm-hmm. Round 3 is going to be the last gasp of it, which is going to be like 7 to 10. And that's whenever we're going to have a line that comes in on the backside of this system, less severe, could still have some warnings with it for sure. But the tornado risk, the hail, the wind threat is coming down. It's still there. It's just coming down. So with that too, you're going to get 3 rounds of rain potentially, all of which would be heavy duty stuff. So we're going to get smacked with a lot of rain today, just period with that. So that's kind of the big 10,000 foot view. 3 potential rounds. Worst round looks mid-afternoon.
Do you see these storms, firing off? It depends on, I guess, where that cold front meets that warm front, where that line meets. Do you expect that to happen to our west or to our south and then fire off east, northeast from there?
So the worst storms for today, like if you've been on social media, you're hearing outbreak. It's possible that we would be included in that kind of thing in our area today, but really it's eastern Oklahoma and extreme southeastern Kansas. They're under the gun for much more likely for tornadoes to form there. For us, it's possible. So where everything meets and, so I think what you're asking is where's our most likely chance for weather? Could you say it again?
Yeah, where exactly do you anticipate that bullseye to be, and then how that would impact us here in Kansas City? If they start firing off in eastern Oklahoma, are we out of the woods, or could it still then occur up here later in the day?
No. We're all under so there's this thing in meteorology. It's called the warm sector. So that's like the area where storms form. We're going to be firmly in that today.
Okay.
So they're going to fire both here and Oklahoma. They're going to be firing all through there. And those are the ones that fire in that zone, that warm sector zone. Those are the ones that can be most dangerous.
Gotcha.
So what I don't think they're going to form in eastern Oklahoma and then blow toward us. I think they're going to form there and form here. That's the mid-afternoon round. Then we're going to have another round that's going to move in out of Nebraska. This is your 7 to 10 window. That's more of a line.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not coming from the really nasty, setup that we've got on top of us and to our south. That's coming from the northwest, a little bit weaker. And that's going to be widespread rain and storms that are strong, but not as concerning.
Last thing, I got less than a minute. When are we going to get your next update on what you predict for today? What time?
Well, actually, I'm with my family today. So it's I may end up going in. I'm going to be on standby essentially. But we've got our team that is in there ready to rock today. Warren Sears, Melissa Meter, Mike Nico, and then me too. If things do blow up, I'll run in. But for now, it's looking like we're waiting to see how things play out.
Mm-hmm.
Every one of these rounds is going to influence the next round. So this is an hour-by-hour situation, and we'll be on, coming up at noon will be our next update. So go to KCTV5 and get that there.
We'll be watching KCTV5 at noon for the next update. Thank you, Luke. Great to have you on, my friend. Appreciate the time.
It's always a pleasure.
There you go. Luke Doris, KCTV5 Chief Meteorologist. Coming up next, Chris Kobach will be here, the Kansas Attorney General. He is suing Pfizer. We'll tell you why. Story's been undercovered in Kansas City media next. Late last week, less than a year after Kansas Attorney General Chris Kobach filed a lawsuit against Pfizer, the AG announced that a federal judge has granted the state of Kansas's motion to remand its false advertising lawsuit against Pfizer back to state court. So Chris Kobach is here to basically interpret that for those of us who are, just regular folks. Good morning, Mr. Attorney General. Great to have you on. What does that mean in that announcement from last week?
Oh, good morning. Great to be with you. Yeah, what it means is that the case will stay in state court, whereas originally filed. And people might say, well, this is awfully inside baseball. What is that important? And yes, it is. Oftentimes, a defendant will, like Pfizer did, try to move a case to federal court because they think that that's a more favorable venue for them. And this case has been kind of in this side lane for a while, for more than 6 months, as the federal judge decided whether to keep the case in federal court or whether to send it back to state court. The legal term is it removed to federal court, or does it get remanded back to state court? And the judge just ruled to remand it back, and that is back, and that is a big decision. The judge wrote an opinion more than 20 pages long explaining it. And to give you a contrast, Pfizer did the same thing in Texas's case regarding the COVID vaccines. A similar case brought by Texas. Again, Pfizer tried to remove it to federal court and succeeded in that particular case. But here, the judge said no. In Kansas, the case goes back to state court, and now the case starts moving forward. And many people have been wondering, well, where is this case against Pfizer? What stage is it? Now the case is starting to move, and things will progress fairly quickly.
Okay, so remind people then, you filed this last June. What is the lawsuit against Pfizer based on and about?
Well, many people remember that the federal government gave the vaccine manufacturers immunity from being sued by individuals who were harmed by the COVID vaccines. However, the federal government did not give the vaccine manufacturers immunity for any statements they might make, misleading statements or fraudulent statements that they might make in trying to market their vaccines. And that's what the Kansas Consumer Protection Act, indeed every state has a Consumer Protection Act. That's where it comes in. And in this particular instance, we allege that Pfizer made multiple statements they knew were false. Specifically, some examples, they said that the vaccine was safe for pregnant women to take when Pfizer had done research on its own. And it knew that the vaccines, the studies indicated that in 10% of the instances, a miscarriage resulted. And in about 50%, other complications resulted. They also stated that their vaccines were safe and posed no risk for pericarditis or myocarditis, which are heart conditions. Again, they were in possession of information indicating that it was, in fact, there was a risk for those conditions. And so, while they had the right to market their vaccine, they did not have the right to make misleading statements. And, we all want to put that in the rearview mirror, and nobody's dwelling on COVID these days. But one of the most important things we have to remember is that many people were being compelled by their employer or by the federal government to take a vaccine. And those people in particular had to make a choice. And when a person is being forced to make a choice under duress, it is crucial that the companies making the vaccines are truthful, because again, that person needs every bit of information to be truthful as he decides which vaccine to take.
Chris Kobach is here, the Kansas Attorney General. So with that, I mean, boy, I hope you have success with this. But then I guess if I was on the other side, I would wonder, how do we define the word safe? Like if you say, well, there's a 90% chance you won't have a miscarriage, can we call that safe? Now, I'm not making that argument, Mr. Attorney General, but do you expect that to come up in court? And if so, how do you combat it?
No, I don't want to put too much emphasis on the word safe. I was using a colloquial term. The way that the statements were made by leaders of Pfizer, they weren't saying it's safe enough, go ahead and take it. They were saying that it poses no risks for pregnant women.
Gotcha.
And I'm paraphrasing the exact terms that were used. In other words, they were saying pregnant women should have no concern in taking this vaccine. And when in fact they should have great concern, because nearly half of the women who took it who were pregnant in their study did have complications resulting from the vaccine. And similarly with myocarditis and pericarditis, the exact terms were, I believe, has no risk marker or has no risk or indicated for those conditions, when in fact they knew that there was a specific risk for those conditions.
Mm-hmm. So now with this case moving forward at the state level here in Kansas, what's your timeline on when we expect to get some more news on this lawsuit?
I think we'll start seeing news developing certainly in the next 6 months, and very likely before that, because at this point we move into the discovery phase where the defendant Pfizer will have to start providing information to plaintiffs, and then the court will likely, this is going to be a jury trial if it goes all the way to trial, and so the court will start moving in the direction of the stages of selecting a jury in Thomas County, Kansas. So we'll start seeing things develop now in the next few months.
And the ultimate goal here for you in this lawsuit is an admission end. Is there a payout angle? Is there something else that is involved here?
Absolutely. The Consumer Protection Act imposes civil monetary penalties against companies. And by the way, every year there are companies that are found to be guilty of misleading and make payments. And we issue press releases, but they're not, they happen rather routinely. So this is not an unusual type of lawsuit at all. So yeah, there would be a monetary award to the state. You'll remember back in the 90s when the tobacco manufacturers all across the country entered into a large settlement. That was through state consumer protection actions like this one. So then hopefully we'll be able to gain some recovery. And depending on the amount, we may be able to find a mechanism for distributing it to people who were injured, or if the amount isn't great enough, then we can find another way to assist people who may have in some way been misled when they decided to take the vaccine.
Mm-hmm. Well, Chris Kobach, we appreciate your time and all the work you're doing on this front, and we will talk to you soon. And we'd love to stay posted on this one in particular. All right.
Will do.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chris Kobach, the Kansas Attorney General on KCMO Talk Radio. Yeah, I mean, listen, he's right from the standpoint of, we think about it being so long ago. But, man, that one in particular, especially when you talk about pregnant mothers, my gosh, we got enough of a crisis when it comes to our inability to even get to replacement rate on babies in this country. The last thing we needed was, of course, the COVID shot being something that was potentially harmful to, or we know was harmful based on Chris's information to mothers. Just terrible stuff. Coming up on KCMO Talk Radio, we've got more media reaction this morning in real time to President Biden's news that he is dealing with aggressive prostate cancer. I gave credit last hour to MSNBC. Morning Joe was on it. We had a caller note in the 6 a.m. hour. Hey, Morning Joe's going after this thing just like you are. Well, there's somebody else in media who is not taking that approach, who is leaning in to the nothing to see here angle. We'll share with you who that is. We have the audio next on KCMO.
You're listening to Mundo in the Morning on KCMO Talk Radio 95.7 FM.
Joe Biden posting on social media this morning his first public comment since the announcement from his medical team yesterday that he is dealing with aggressive prostate cancer. The president sharing a photo of himself, Jill, and the cat. Wow, the cat got the nod over Hunter in the photo. That's telling. Cancer touches us all. Like so many of you, Jill and I have learned that we are strongest in the broken places. Thank you for lifting us up with love and support. Of course, Jill made the photo as if she is some sympathetic spouse here. Please. That is the last thing that we should use when we explain Jill Biden and talk about Jill Biden is sympathetic and empathetic. Jill Biden was the one who less than a year ago was saying this after Joe Biden got off of a horrific debate.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts. And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do?
Lie!
Yes.
I mean, that's Claire coming home with kindergarten homework where she properly spelled her name. Hey, you did it, honey. Woo!
And what did Jill do the last 5 years?
Lie! Well done there, Mark. Nice job. Nice job, buddy. Yeah. Every doctor that is talking publicly is saying there is no way that the man who is the most scrutinized from a health perspective on the planet suddenly realized on Friday that he had aggressive prostate cancer. It's almost impossible. And I'm sorry, but this family does not get the benefit of the doubt when it comes to health information on Joe Biden. The entire story for the last week has been what? This book that drops tomorrow by Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson, claiming that basically they covered up Joe Biden's health ailments for years, basically the entire term in office. And the media was a willing participant in it. Whatever credibility they had left is shot. MSNBC calling it out this morning, but not on CNN. I'm surprised by this. I am surprised they put this guy on TV. Mr. Potato Head, the human chode himself, Brian Stelter, appears on CNN this morning. And of course, he is giving the benefit of the doubt to the Biden team on this announcement. Here's what he said.
I'm seeing some prostate cancer survivors, people who have lived with this disease, who have been through this, expressing support, both condolences, but also support and cheering Biden on as he faces this. The timing, Jessica, is just extraordinary. We know from the statement from his personal spokesman that Biden learned of the diagnosis on Friday. Well, what was the biggest Biden story on Friday? It was the release of those audio excerpts from his conversations with Robert Hur back in 2023. This was the audio that Axios obtained, almost certainly from the Trump administration, showing memory lapses. And you heard a lot of people on Friday talking about that audio being hard to hear, even excruciating to hear. Biden showing his age on those audio tapes that had never been heard by the public until now. So on the day that story was breaking, Biden was facing this personal news. At least that's according to the statement from his personal spokesman. So you have that as one element of the timing here. And then you have, as you and Paul just acknowledged, this book coming out, one of the biggest political books in several years. Take out our colleague Jake Tapper for a second. This book, no matter where it was coming from, was going to be a very big blockbuster book. And it just so happens two of the best reporters in Washington, Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson, are the authors of it. It's already a bestseller based on the number of pre-orders. And so this book comes out in 2 days, but some of the excerpts have already come out. And it's reignited this debate in Washington and beyond within the Democratic Party about Biden, about whether he should have run for re-election at all. So it seems to me, Jessica, this debate doesn't end at all, but it is briefly put on pause as a result of today's news.
No. I can't believe this guy's on TV. I can't. I mean, he is truly a human chode, and he is not a bright man at all. But this is not drumming down the debate on Biden's health and fitness for office. It makes it even worse. The Biden team thought they would basically tamp down the Biden was unfit for office. Poor guy has prostate cancer. Here's our announcement 2 days before the book. When I think all it does is make that conversation even worse and make Team Biden look even more deceitful because no one believes for a second that Biden just, woke up on Friday, was feeling a little out of sorts, goes to his doctor, and they're like, dude, you got aggressive prostate cancer. I mean, you've got every guy in this country who wants to live a long, healthy life getting PSA levels checked. You're telling me Joe Biden wasn't? And something that Vince Colonnese said this morning on KCMO. Vince is coming up at 11 after Kietzman. He's been doing a great job, 11-2 on KCMO. He brought up a really good point that I have not seen reported anywhere, and that is that when Biden's doctors were putting out his annual physical reports, traditionally the PSA levels have been in there for presidents in prior administrations. The PSA levels were not reported during Biden's time in office, which I did not realize. It was a fantastic note from Vince Colonnese that he brought up this morning on KCMO, and that interview will be up on the podcast, Apple, Spotify after the show, John.
Yeah, I don't know that we all look through that. What's Bush's, what's Clinton's,
Yeah.
what's, you don't think about that. You just say, hey, we got a clean bill of health. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Right? No, I'm objecting to this. It's personal. Joe, this is a personal time. No, you're the president of the United States, so no, it's not.
I totally agree. It's not. Okay. You sign up for nothing being personal when you decide to run and then become the president of the United States. You don't then get to say, this was all personal stuff. You were our leader of the free world. You don't get to play the personal card anymore. Like, there are certain things that when you put yourself into the public spotlight, you have to deal with. On a very, very minor level, it's something that we have to deal with here on KCMO. Never mind if you're running for office and you're the president of the United States, for crying out loud. Wes and Gladstone, you're on KCMO. Go ahead, Wes.
Yeah, Pete, none of us should be surprised by this. You've got a party that supports abortion on the day of birth, of sex mutilating children. They used Biden. They knew he had this cancer. They knew he was demented. They didn't care because they didn't expect the guy to live long. I would bet on it. And you're absolutely right. His wife is a monster for doing this to him. He goes out, he opens the border, does all these terrible things to the country, okay? And they don't care about his legacy, one, because they thought, well, you don't speak ill of the dead, right? But they use this poor guy. And that's the biggest difference between conservatives and liberals. Remember with them, it's party, party, party. It's not God, family, and country. It's party, party, party. And if we have to use you to get what we want, we don't give a rat's ass about you. That's what all this is about, man.
Thank you, Wes. I do appreciate the call. It's not pretty. None of it is pretty, and none of it makes the Biden team, the prior administration, the Democratic Party, or the media look good. Our caller of the day is next.
Dave Ramsey here, and you're listening to Pete Mundo on KCMO Talk Radio, now airing on FM at 95.7.
9:34. All the attention, of course, is on this shocking news that President Biden's team announcing yesterday he has aggressive prostate cancer. And now the question is, for how long, who knows what, but nobody is buying. I mean, if you are buying this, I have beachfront property for you in Salina. Nobody is buying the idea that Biden found out on Friday he had prostate cancer. It just seems nearly impossible. And they don't get the benefit of the doubt based on how they've handled a lot of his health issues over the last few years. So this conversation this morning led to our caller of the day.
Hello?
It's the Mundo in the Morning Caller of the Day on KCMO Talk Radio, now on FM at 95.7.
913-408-7957 on a Monday. Ed's in Gladstone. What's up, Ed?
Hey, this just irritates me to no end. Every
careful,
year
easy, man. It's 6:20
hey,
on a Monday.
You got me all fired up. I'm going to have to calm down. But they have these big press conferences every year. Oh, the president had his physical, and this is what we found. He's doing great. He's 80, whatever, 78. And it was just out and out lies, both with the cognitive and with this prostate stuff. And it's not. I mean, Joe Biden is a demented old man who needs a map to find his way out of a bathroom. It's the enablers that need to be brought to, brought to justice. Not really, just exposed.
Yes.
I mean, it's just beyond belief that they would stand up there. And again, they said the same thing about, his cognitive stuff. It's just out and out lying. And you wonder why people don't trust the government. Well, gee.
And why they have almost no faith anymore in the media.
Yeah.
Yeah. Easy. Well. All right. Hey, good job there. Right. Good job, my man.
Thanks for getting me riled up this morning already. Thanks.
All right, Ed. Nice job.
How about him with his own dump button?
Yeah. That was great. That was at like 6:20. And 6:20 on a Monday, Mark's coming off a big weekend of nailing parlays, and he's still a little slow on the trigger finger there. So I appreciate Ed. That's the other reason he won Caller of the Day. He helped us. He gave Mark a little assist there by taking care of himself and not maybe saying what he wanted to otherwise say over the airwaves.
Filter engaging.
Yes.
Right.
Nice job by Ed in Gladstone. Go, Ed. Yeah. Well done there, Ed. He saved you there, Mark.
Yeah, it's like me on the weekends. I'm editing myself in front of the girls when I don't hit the parlay.
Yeah. Mark had a nice hit. He picked Scotty Scheffler to win. Did you bet that before the tournament for the PGA Championship?
Yeah, before the tournament started.
Okay.
So like plus 450.
Did you double down when he was like a few strokes back after day one?
I try not to chase.
Oh, you don't chase.
Yeah.
Okay. You're not a chaser. All right. That's fine. I understand. But good job there by Ed. And let's not forget, this is going viral too after the weekend. Joe Biden said this back in 2022 at a press conference. And at the time, it was just looked at and his staff basically said that Biden misspoke. So this was 2.5 years before he left office. He was screwing up and saying stuff like this.
And because it was a 4-lane highway that was accessible, my mother drove us, and rather than us be able to walk. And guess what? The first frost, you know what was happening? You had to put on their windshield wipers to get literally the oil slick off the window. That's why I and so damn many other people I grew up have cancer. And why for the longest time, Delaware had the highest cancer rate in the nation.
That's why so many people, including myself or whatever he says there, have cancer. And he's standing there in his aviators as he's saying this, and his staff then scoffed it off, and they said, oh, nothing to see here, just to, misspeak by Joe. I remember talking about that on the air and being like, I don't know how many people just randomly say, I've got cancer, when they don't have cancer.
Yeah, I'd think that'd be nobody.
Yeah.
Almost.
It's like people screw up and we all say things that get misinterpreted, that don't come out the right way, that we don't mean, but not like I have cancer. Like, that's just not the thing you randomly just say when you don't have it.
Well, and he might have been ad-libbing. Some people have the skin thing, and you no big deal, right? Say, well, I had cancer.
Well, here also is how that clip is getting covered by some of the media. Newsweek just wrote here in the last 30 minutes this headline: videos of Joe Biden saying he had cancer in 2022 picked up by critics. No. Stop with the whole critics thing. This
picked up by the observant.
Yes, picked up by those who aren't burying their head in their sand, putting their head in the sand, or putting their head somewhere else. It's not about critiquing.
What did I try to say? He was just kidding?
Yeah.
I was kidding.
It's not about like, oh, I'm here to critique or criticize Joe Biden. I mean, I'm doing that, obviously, but I'm not doing it because I want to do it. Like, I don't really want to talk about Joe Biden. But the bigger picture here is not like, oh, Joe Biden has prostate cancer. It's how long has he had it? When did they find out about it? Is this part of a broader health cover-up? And if so, what does that mean for the last 4 years this guy was in office, and who knew what? And who covered up what? That's the bigger conversation. It's not about using this to just make Joe Biden into a punching bag for the day. That would be really boring if for the last 4 months, we all just sat here and said, yeah, remember that guy Biden? He really stunk. Like, that would be the worst radio and the worst entertainment ever. Ever.
That's what the left is, though.
I know.
Trump sucks.
I know.
They make a whole show out of it all day, all week, 24/7, 365.
That was literally Biden's term. Let's not talk about Biden. How about that guy Trump? He stinks. It's like, I don't want to talk about that. The guy's irrelevant. But the bigger picture here is about what's going on with this health team and when they knew what they knew. Now, this got buried over the weekend yesterday after the Biden health news, but Dan Bongino, who, of course, used to be here on KCMO, he left to become deputy director in the FBI. He did a sit-down interview yesterday with Maria Bartiromo on Fox Business, and they talked about two things. I don't know if you want to call them conspiracy theories or what you want to define these things as. But part one, Jeffrey Epstein. Did Epstein off himself? Here's what Bongino and Kash Patel, the FBI director, had to say on Fox.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
I know you can define a conspiracy theory however you want, but if there was one that I always was bothered by and wanted to buy into more than, say, some of the others, it was the Epstein suicide. But I will take Bongino at his word on that. I will. I trust the guy. I don't think Bongino magically got compromised here in the last 2 months on the job. I don't buy it. So Bongino saying it, for me, I'm good. I'll take it as a suicide.
I guess there's the matter of how he got, however he did it, right?
Yeah.
Right. So there's the conspiracy is not whether he did it himself or not, but that it even happened, I would think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I always thought, like, who got to him?
Right.
That's what I always thought. But if Dan's saying, hey, the guy killed himself, I'll take it at face value when Dan says it. The other thing Bongino addressed is the Trump assassination attempts. And is there anything there? Here's what Bongino had to say.
We're going to be surprised at what you learned.
You know what, Maria? Kash is not kidding. We've been personally briefed extensively on every single detail, nugget, tendril of this case. One is actively in court right now, so out of respect for the case, it's probably more appropriate that I stay quiet on that. However, I'm not going to tell people what they want to hear. I'm going to tell you the truth, and whether you like it or not is up to you. If there was a big explosive there, right? Given my history as a Secret Service agent and my personal friendship as a director does with the president, give me one logical, sensible reason we would not have. If you can think of one, there isn't. In some of these cases, the there you're looking for is not there. And I know people, I get it. I understand. It's not there. If it was there, we would have told you.
The there you're looking for is not there.
Thanks, Kamala.
Yeah, a little Kamala-ish, but I see what Bongino's going for. Basically, he's saying any notion that there is a conspiracy around the assassination attempts against then candidate-elect and former President Donald Trump is just simply not true. It's not there, to use his words. And I do always find it suspicious when somebody like this kid Crooks in Butler, Pennsylvania, we just don't know anything about him, right? We never find out anything about him. I do think that's weird. I do think it's suspicious. But once again, here's where I stand when it comes to both of these issues in general. What's more likely? Just ask yourself what's more likely. That everyone that you trust who gets within 10 feet of the FBI is immediately compromised and turns into some kind of deep state operative, or that some of your conspiracy theories or just conspiracy theories in general may not be true. I just want the truth. That's it. And there are people in there who maybe you can call it just a partisan belief I happen to trust, okay? If there was somebody who was not going to go along with the perceived deep state cover-up, it would be Dan Bongino. So if he's sitting there and saying, hey, Epstein offed himself and anything involving Trump and inside jobs in Butler, Pennsylvania, just there's no there. Okay, that's good for me. And maybe that's blind loyalty. You can criticize that if you want, but I'll take that at face value. Coming up, we'll wrap up the show with, first off, where we're at with severe weather today, what we're looking at ahead of what could be a very active day across the region. And we'll tie it into something I watched over the weekend that you got to check out next on KCMO.
from the nation's heartland. It's Mundo in the Morning on 95.7 FM KCMO Talk Radio.
Putting a bow on the show on KCMO Talk Radio, we are, of course, monitoring severe weather that is potentially coming our way this afternoon. So here's what we've got going on. We've got 3 potential rounds for severe weather today. Our buddy Luke Doris, KCTV5 chief meteorologist, broke this down for us this morning. If you miss it, that interview is up on the podcast right when the show ends. So for the latest on the severe weather for today, Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast, search Pete Mundo, subscribe, and you'll see all the interviews broken out there. So we've got 3 chances for severe weather, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. That's coming up about lunchtime, but that is likely to be more of a, thunderstorm deal than it is major severe weather. Then the round to watch is 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. That is when we are potentially looking at things like large hail, 2.5 to 3 inch hail. And there is, of course, the chance for tornadoes with some of these storms, 3 to 6 in the afternoon. And then there's a third round tonight, 7 to 10 p.m. That's going to be more squall lines and more likely to be just strong, heavy thunderstorms that will come from the north. The Kansas City area is in a 3 out of 5 level risk. To our south is where you get into the 4 out of 5 level risk. So you go down to northeast Oklahoma, northwest Arkansas, southeast Kansas, and southwest Missouri. That's going to be your bullseye for today. So if you have friends, family, you're headed that way, just know that's where you have the highest likelihood for some major severe weather, including tornado outbreaks today. But that 4 to 5 threat level does extend up to, about 2 to 3 counties south of the metro. So you get into south of Harrisonville, and that's where you get into the area of 4 to 5 level risk today in our region. So something to watch. We have not had a lot of these, like real major severe weather days so far this spring. But we're due,
Oh, it's
John.
opening day.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's time for it to
Yes.
start. So, yeah, this is what happens.
Exactly.
So down around Henry County, if you're heading to Clinton, down towards Springfield and going that route.
You know, when I
Heads
lived
up.
in Oklahoma, their severe weather season starts earlier just because
Sure.
that Gulf air is
Mhm.
already obviously down there. So really early April, when I was down there, we had an EF3 tornado hit Woodward. That was like April 10th or so. But I always forget, obviously, the further north you go, the season kicks in later. So we're in that basically prime time right now, more or less here
I don't know
in
if
May.
you've been out in the hall, but we've got a front developing either side of a line from the break room on down because it's like about 10 degrees cooler in these studios, and you walk out in the hall, and I'm like, wow.
My office
Yeah.
is 78 degrees right now.
Okay, yeah.
So
we may create an incident in here. If we're
yeah,
not
yeah.
careful.
Well, we got to be careful. That's a good point there, John. Now, speaking of tornadoes, we are approaching the 14-year anniversary of the Joplin tornado. It killed 150 plus people. And there's a new Netflix documentary that I watched over the weekend. I was flying solo this weekend with the girls, so I figured this is one of those things that Kate would have no interest in watching. So Friday night, I watched the documentary on the Oklahoma City bombing that Netflix did. It was the 30-year anniversary of that last month. And then also the Joplin tornado documentary done on that called Watch the Twister, Caught in the Storm. And I thought the Oklahoma City bombing documentary was much better than the Joplin tornado documentary. They're not a series. They're both about an hour and a half. The Oklahoma City one, I learned a lot that I just didn't remember at the time. The Oklahoma City bombing in 95, I was 6.5 going on 7 years old. It's one of the first major news stories I remember in my life. So obviously I'm not up to speed on all the intricate details of what happened then. Now, having lived in Oklahoma and having attended the memorial, it's a great memorial if you haven't been down there. It's very powerful. But even the documentary brought out elements of the story that I don't remember being talked about or discussed down at the memorial. So that was very well done. The Joplin tornado one, I mean, just too much of the, I'm sitting there in a, ice closet looking up and, whoa, there's a tornado. It was just too much of that. Would you agree, Mark? I know you watched both of them. Oklahoma City's was better than the Joplin one?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, there were just some goofy storylines in that Joplin tornado.
Yeah.
You know, I was like, okay, like there was one about this gay guy who is a manager at an ice cream store, and it doesn't matter, like whatever, he's gay, it's not a big deal, but they spend so much time on this guy and how him surviving the Joplin tornado helped him like come out of the closet. And he wanted to leave Joplin, and now he loves Joplin. There was way too much focus on this one random story that wasn't actually all that compelling. But we all know why Netflix highlighted it.
Yeah, for sure. There was one good story out of those personal stories that I think was worth focusing on. But again, they had like 5 or 6 of them.
They had probably half a dozen, and only one, maybe 2 were all that compelling. But hey, if you like that stuff, and I do, it's worth your watch on Netflix. With that, keep an eye on the weather today. Kietzman is next on KCMO.
Good morning, Kansas City. Welcome to Uncanceled on KCMO Talk Radio 95.7. I'm Kevin Kietzman. We are broadcasting live today from the National Golf Club in beautiful Parkville, Missouri. This is one of the most spectacular places in the entire metropolitan area. We are celebrating the work of Team Smile today, which is a wonderful organization that lists as its mission to provide children in need a life-changing dental experience through the power of sports. Today it is a charity golf tournament. Tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, mostly because of the generosity and community spirit of people who live, work, and own businesses in the Northland, not the least of which is Dr. Bill Bush and his folks at North Kansas City Dental. Great partner with Cumulus Media as well. He sponsors DJ Kirby's Dance Party every Saturday night over on 94.9. I've known Dr. Bush for a long time. He's a sponsor on my podcast, and he started Team Smile with all these great people in the Northland, and they are now a national organization. Essentially what they do is and we will talk with Angela Brewer about this coming up at 10:30 today, they'll have an event at Arrowhead Stadium later this year in the summer where dentists from all over the area come and work for free. It does cost money, obviously, for the medicine and supplies and to pull this thing off and logistics. And then they give free dental care to kids who can't get dental care. And I just can't think of anything nicer than this charity. TeamSmile.org. Angela Brewer is the Communications and Development Director. She'll join us in a little bit. We saw some folks going off in the rain earlier today. It teed off at 9 o'clock. Will Shields is here, Pro Football Hall of Famer. Lots of folks from the Kansas City Chiefs. Kelly Goodburn, former punter, was here. All kinds of great folks here with the Kansas City Chiefs supporting this event. Casey Wolf will be out here later on, and they'll have an auction, and it's just a great, great, great charity. We're totally thrilled to be affiliated with Team Smile. This is the 5th year in a row I've played in this tournament, and I'm taking a break here for about 90 minutes, not playing, doing the radio show, which is kind of fun because I'm no help for the team anyway. Mark Delatour is on the team. He's the guy, the Kiwi from bestofferkc.com that you've heard. He's on my team today, and he's a very good player, so I'm not sure I can help him at all because he's very good. But they're out there hopefully making birdies while I broadcast with you today, and we've got a nice show lined up for you today with a lot of different topics, but really only one that anybody is talking about here at the National or anywhere. And this is one of those days and times where I don't think the media will do justice to the magnitude of a story. You just heard the top of the hour news break on Fox News. We love Fox News. That was great. They crammed in about 5 or 6 stories. There is only one story. There is nothing else that matters in America today. And this is why last week I took a fairly unpopular stance with a lot of folks when I was talking about Chris Hernandez, the former communications director with Kansas City, Missouri, winning a $1.4 million settlement from the city. And a lot of people were upset that he was cashing in on this thing. And my comment was, what's more important for a government to be honest and transparent with the people that vote for the folks they put in power? What is more important than being honest? Okay, there are times when you can't tell the truth, you can't say it, and you say you have no comment, or that's sensitive, or that's classified. I get all that. But when you're told to go out and lie to people, that's criminal. This Biden White House, and ostensibly the Obama era of the Democrat Party, have just perpetrated the biggest fraud on American voters in our lifetime. I'm not an American historian, but this absolutely could go down in history as the biggest presidential scandal ever. This was completely thought out and planned. Just the recent plan. All right, let's talk about Biden running the first time. It is 90% chance that he had cancer then when he was running in 2020. Then he's president and he can't get through anything. In 2022, he says on a hot mic, he's giving a speech, he goes off speech and tells us all that he has cancer, and nobody in the media follows up on it. Nobody. It hits social media. Everybody just dismisses it. Oh, he misspoke. He didn't mean that. Nobody follows up on it. Jake Tapper writes a book. It's coming out Tuesday. 2 days before, Joe Biden says he's got aggressive stage 4 cancer with 9 on the Gleason scale. And every doctor everywhere is saying he's had it for 5 to 10 years, and they've all known it. This will not be limited to Joe and Jill Biden. It will not. What we're going to find out is the White House was a nursing home, that he was the guy they had to install and put him in there, and that the plan this past year was simple. Run Biden, okay, lie about cancer, lie about dementia, get him in office, get him back in the White House, step aside, give it to Kamala for her to go crazy and do her crazy stuff, all while you're trying to jail or kill Donald Trump. That, folks, factually is what happened in the United States of America. And for some reason, 70 million people still supported it. We knew this. We're just learning details now. You and I, everybody listening to this show right now, we all knew Biden was sick. We all knew that. We didn't need a doctor to tell us that. We knew this. And we knew this was a plan in some way. I think they blew this. I think they should have planned it farther out and said Joe Biden isn't running for health concerns, gotten the sympathy then, made it look like this just occurred while we were in the White House. They blew it. And I was calling that on my podcast 2.5, 3 years ago. I predicted 3 years ago Joe Biden would not be on the ballot. And everybody told me I was crazy. There was no way this guy was going to run again. We saw what he was doing. He couldn't run. They realized he couldn't run, and they pulled him. But what they failed to do was they failed to listen to his brother, Frank. His brother, Frank Biden, when Joe Biden pulled out of the race, was asked succinctly, was health, well-being, and quality of life a major factor in his decision? And Frank Biden said, absolutely, without a doubt, that health was the main reason that Joe Biden was withdrawing. There was no question. Jill Biden should go into some sort of penitentiary for bad wives. I don't know where that is. I don't know what wing of what prison we can have. She wins the award for the single worst wife in America today and the single worst first lady in our country's history. No good wife would ever do this to their husband and put him through this. And I think they're all doing this to him because he does have dementia and he doesn't remember things and he doesn't really know what's going on. And now what? Now we trot him out that he has late-stage cancer. Again, the important thing is almost every doctor agrees that Joe Biden has had this between 5 and 10 years. This is not a first diagnosis. If you read the way they put the statement out, they weren't saying we just learned that Joe Biden has cancer. They say he received a diagnosis that he has a Gleason score of 9 and he's 4 out of 5 on the cancer aggressive scale and it's metastasized to the bones. Well, that's follow-up information on things that they've known for years. You can have prostate cancer for several years, and at some point you go in and get checked out, and they go, uh-oh, it's metastasized to bone cancer. It's now 9 on the Gleason scale. They were very careful not to word this that Joe Biden just found out that he got cancer, because he did not. Now, I'm telling you some things here that are truthful, and you know they're truthful. But I'm going to take it another step that you're not going to hear other people say. This is worse than that. Do you know why it's coming out now? You know why all this is coming out? It's not coming out for us, the American people. It's not coming out for what's right for the voters. These are politicians that run around and scream about oil companies making profits and what's that little fish in the water out in California? We can't build any more dams because this little fish and all this. And these people will do anything to win an election. If they were a law firm, they'd be disbarred. None of them would be allowed to practice again. In fact, there's only really one practice that all these people, and we're talking about hundreds of people now that are in on this. This is hundreds of people that were in on this over the last at least 8 years, 10 years, maybe even all the way back to Obama taking the White House. Hundreds of people involved in this scam. In any other profession, they'd be fired and out and never allowed to work again. You couldn't be a lawyer. You couldn't be a doctor. You couldn't be a talk show host. You couldn't be anything. You'd be disbanded. You'd be banned or disbarred from any profession out there. If you were the stinking Walmart greeter and you organized Walmart greeters to steal and cheat and lie over the course of years at the front door of every Walmart, the Walmart greeters would be let go. This is the only profession in America where you're allowed to stay. And what's happening is it's a circular firing squad right now. They're all pointing guns at each other. They're trying to decide who's going to get shot and who's not, and who's staying in charge and who's going to keep power. It's falling apart at every possible turn on these people. They have no chance of survival here. And as all these people in Jake Tapper's book turned on Joe Biden, that worked for Joe Biden, something happened, probably with Jill, where she said, really? Let's do this. Let's let them all know that Joe's had cancer for a long time. 2 days before the book comes out, we don't know what else is in the book. We don't know what's in there about cancer or health or doctors. Guess what Congress could do? Congress could subpoena the White House physician and ask him under oath if he knew that Joe Biden had cancer. And when that doctor pleads the fifth or client-patient privilege, you'll know. You can get staffers in. You can have a full investigation. And I'm not trying to dismiss the fact that this man is gravely ill and could die in the next few months. I'm not. Okay? But pardon me, as an American voter and American citizen, for not really caring as much about that as the bigger story. This is why Chris Hernandez deserved his $1.4 million from the city of Kansas City, Missouri. It was Democrats doing Democrat things. It was the same stupid stuff going on at the White House. And it doesn't matter if it's Kansas City, Missouri, or Washington, D.C. These people are criminal. There should be criminal charges. And I'm not the guy. You know this. Everybody's like, oh, they should lock Hillary up for her computer files and bleach bid and all this. Forget the past, okay? This is not the past. This continues to be news every day. People are speaking out about what they saw during the Biden presidency. We knew this was all going on behind the scenes. We just didn't think they were going to turn on each other. I don't know whether Biden's doing this to get those people that spoke to Jake Tapper in that book in trouble. He may be. I don't know if he's doing that, or if it's the other way around, or if the people that spoke about that book, that there's something when that book comes out that's so damning about Joe Biden, he had to do this. That they came after him, and now he's trying to save his face with sympathy of, oh, feel bad for me, I'm the sick old man that's going to die. I have sympathy for anybody that's going through an end-of-life health crisis. I do. But that is not the top story here. And when I listen to the news updates and read all the things I'm saying, oh, poor Joe Biden. No. Poor America. 340 million of us were completely and utterly deceived. They still want to talk about Watergate being the biggest scandal in presidential history. They recorded a phone call at the DNC and listened to it on an audio tape. That's it. What was this? This was completely orchestrated as an utter fraud. They tried to jail their opponent. They tried to kill their opponent. They tried to prop up a guy with cancer that has dementia to be president. And then when they made him stand down, and he did, and make no mistake about it, the timing of this thing and him coming out releasing this information could be payback to the people who made him step down for Kamala. He may still be miffed about that. Folks, this is infighting in the Democrat Party in real time. They didn't think any of this was coming out. None of this was supposed to come out. Even after he was dead and gone, it wasn't going to come out. These people were going to take all of this stuff to their grave and say, no, he was always coherent. He was always good. Something somewhere happened. Something has changed since last November. Really, since Biden left the office in January. In the last 4 months, something has changed dramatically within this party. This was never supposed to see the light of day. And yet Jake Tapper says he spoke with hundreds of people who were willing to speak with him about a book. And now Joe Biden's fighting back, trying to get the sympathy play. This is a complete and utter hot mess within this party, and we have never seen anything like this. Never. And we are the victims. And we are the victims. And this should be a crime. And if it's not, I would call on Congress to pass legislation that presidents of the United States do not have the same private rights as private citizens. They're a public office, the public office. If you have an illness, it must be disclosed. Voters should know. We should know. This should have been Joe Biden through the 26th Amendment taken out a long time ago. They blew it. If they'd have done that 2 years ago and put Kamala in as the first female president, woman of color, if they'd have put her, installed him, taken him out through the 26th Amendment for obvious reasons, of health reasons, nobody would have argued that. We would have all said, okay, that's the right thing to do. Kamala would have had a year and a half to prove to us that she was capable of this. Then she could have run as the incumbent. They blew this. They know they blew this. They blew it because they are born liars. They keep everything internal. They don't share anything with anybody. And again, I'm going to repeat it. Chris Hernandez, way to go. You outed Quentin Lucas and the people of Kansas City, Missouri for what they do. It's the same game on a smaller scale. If you're telling your press secretary, your communications director to go lie to people, make something up and lie. When you're doing that, that has to be a crime. I don't know what law we have to pass, but especially at the level of the White House, the Senate, and the House of Representatives, that must be a crime. We have to find a way to put people in jail for doing this. This is treason as far as I'm concerned. This is the worst thing of our lifetime. Nobody has ever perpetrated a fraud on the American public through elections and public office like Joe Biden, these minions, Barack Obama, all of them have over the last 7 or 8 years. This is complete and utter disgrace for the United States of America, and I can promise you I don't really care about this much, but maybe you do. The rest of the world is laughing their ass off that America is so stupid that they put this guy in and that they allowed him to stay and that they believed him when they said everything was okay, Kamala's just going to run. No common sense person would have believed any of that. The people who didn't believe that all voted for Donald Trump. I'm at least proud to be in that category. All right, we've gotten started here. If you'd like to join the conversation, give us a call on KCMO Talk Radio. Later, Angela Brewer is going to join us from the teamsmile.org organization. They're awesome. We'll take your calls and much more news. Coming up next, we are on 95.7 FM, brought to you by bestofferkc.com, helping you leave the hassle behind. Mark Delatour and his team have big hearts. They know that most people that call that need to sell a house fast without a realtor are in a sticky situation. Sometimes it's a personal situation. Sometimes it can be legal. Sometimes it's health. Whatever it is, they don't think your house is ugly. They don't think you're in a bad way, and they're not judging anyone. They want to help you in the best way that they can. They'll even lend you money in advance of closing to help you move to your new place. Who does that? There's only one place in Kansas City that does that. bestofferkc.com. They are very sympathetic to whatever chances are, and many people have written and said, hey, listen, I sat down with them and they showed a better way where I could actually make more money, that I had enough time in a situation where I could get a realtor and do it myself, and didn't use Best Offer KC. Again, something most companies just won't do. But Mark and his team are like that. bestofferkc.com, 816-338-SOLD, online at bestofferkc.com, helping you leave the hassle behind.
From Leawood to Liberty, it's Kevin Kietzman Uncanceled on 95.7 FM KCMO Talk Radio.
We're back on Uncanceled. We're at the National Golf Club in Parkville, Missouri. Beautiful spot with teamsmile.org. If you are a charitable soul and you would like to donate to a great cause, you can't do much better than this. Go to teamsmile.org and give them $10, $20, $100, whatever you can. and help a whole bunch of kids who need it get some dental care that they desperately need. This is a wonderful program Dr. Bill Bush and the folks at North Kansas City Dental put on, along with Team Smile, every single year with the Kansas City Chiefs and others in our community. Awesome stuff. TeamSmile.org. We are fired up today, and everybody out here, literally everybody out here, is talking about Joe Biden in one way or another and this cancer diagnosis. And I've yet to meet one person that this was even remotely surprising to. America is fired up. It is time to make these folks pay for it in some way for what they have done to us. Mark in Shawnee is up first today. I think he's a little hot under the collar too. Good morning, Mark. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Kevin. I am fired up, and I'll tell you, I've been waiting for you to drop this bomb. I've thought about this since I heard that her report. I can't believe how naive our general public is and what we call DIMocrats. Hopefully they look at this and say, did they fool me? Did they lie to me? I think of how insulting this is to the American public. I knew this. Here comes the her report. Oh, it's time to slide this out. Poor Joe Biden. He's got cancer. It's stage 4. The doctors that he has, are you kidding me? They knew that a long time ago, for crying out loud. What's scary, Kevin, is to think who has been making the decisions for this country, and that's called the deep state. It's real, and it's a threat to the America that we know and respect. And it's just sickening to me to think that I argue with people about this, and we got to wait for this her report. Now we slide this out. Can you imagine how stupid they think people are? It's just outrageous. So thank you for pointing this out.
Awesome job, Mark. Thank you. Awesome job, Mark. Thank you so much. I love your passion, and I'm in agreement with you on almost everything you said right there. And the incredible part is, looking back, it's all right there out in the open, and it was just all denied. Joe Biden himself in 2022 said out loud when he went off script at a speech that he had cancer. The Her report told us, well, we can't bring charges against Joe Biden because he's a sick old man. We didn't find him to be coherent enough that a jury would just feel sorry for him. You can't bring this before a court. You can't do it. He's a sick old man. This is not the kind of person that we prosecute. He's no threat to anybody. He was the sitting president of the United States, and the special counsel literally told us that he was too sick to stand trial, yet he was still president of the United States. I'm not kidding. I don't know what the laws are, and I never try to play a lawyer on the radio. I'll never. I will play common sense guy on the radio. Pod Boy here will be common sense. We should have laws on the books that these are absolute crimes and big felonies, big offenses. Like the people around him that perpetrated this should get 10 to 20 in white-collar federal penitentiaries. There should be huge, huge punishment for doing this. There is nothing more sacred in our democracy than this. Our republic is not free. It is not fair if this type of thing occurs. You cannot have this. You cannot allow it. And I don't know if there's laws on the books that will allow them to prosecute these people, but I want Congress to call them all in and make them plead the fifth. Every single one of them. I want to see who pleads the fifth and who doesn't, because this is one nasty thing they perpetrated on us. Angela Brewer joins us next from TeamSmile.org. We're at the National Golf Club on KCMO Talk Radio.
From Overland Park to Oak Grove, it's Kevin Kietzman Uncanceled on 95.7 FM KCMO Talk Radio.
Stay tuned for your cue at the end of this segment to win Alabama and Lee Greenwood tickets. That's coming up in a few minutes. You got to wait on it. We are at the National Golf Club in Parkville, Missouri, one of the most beautiful places in Kansas City with teamsmile.org. I just got a phone call from one of my buddies, another sponsor here at KCMO Talk Radio. Stroud's Catering is in for a donation to teamsmile.org. We'll take all those you can get. We're imploring any of our listeners, if you're charitable at all, consider donating to this outstanding charity by logging on to teamsmile.org. And we thank our friends at Stroud's Catering. They're in making a donation today. We love that. Your business can make one. You can do it personally. This is a wonderful, wonderful program that helps an awful lot of kids and has grown into something that was just right here in Kansas City, and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger every year. This is the 7th year for the golf tournament. Angela Brewer joins us now. She's the Communications and Development Director for TeamSmile.org, and she's a busy lady today. Hello, Angela. Thank you for sharing your time with us.
Thanks for having us.
It's great to have you on. I know you're very, very busy today. This is such a wonderful event. It's the 7th year for the golf tournament. Let's start there on exactly like who's involved in the golf tournament, how this all works, and how important this event is for what happens in Kansas City.
Yeah, so it all started actually 8 years ago, even though it was our 7th because we had to skip due to COVID. Right. So Tab Reese is our committee chair, and he started this in memory of his dad, Ted Reese, who just wanted to give back to the community and make sure children were taken care of. So this started in his memory, started small. It's grown over the years. We've got some great sponsors. North Kansas City Dental, Dr. Bush, who's our co-founder at Team Smile, actually is our presenting sponsor. We've got UMB. We've got some great people involved with us. So it's just grown, and it's a great experience to be out here with the golfers.
And so the money that's raised goes to put on these events, and you're going to have your event at Arrowhead in October. How many kids will come through on that? How many dentists are there? How do you pull something that, I mean, there has to be, I know that they volunteer their time, many of them can, but there's certain costs involved in pulling this off, right? I mean, it costs a lot of money to do this either way.
Yeah, a program typically is around $30,000 to $35,000 in cost. That's for getting into the stadium, and then you've got all of the equipment that we have on site. We take about $800,000 worth of equipment in our trailer to each stadium that we attend. We can serve up to 250 kids between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. that are bussed in. And we do everything from a general cleaning and exam to a full-on extraction on site. All of our people that are on site are volunteers, so dentist office will close their office, they'll bring their hygienists, they'll bring their dental assistants, and they'll come and do that. We have a lot of dentalist students that will come, so we could have anywhere from 17 to 20 dentists on site, 20 or 30 dental hygienists, and then a lot of, probably a good 100 or more general volunteers, because the kids get taken from station to station. So they come in and check in, and then they get their exam and determine if they just need a cleaning or if they're going to actually go get treatment. We've got a DJ on site. We have the mascots, cheerleaders, face painting. So we make it a big, fun experience so they're not scared.
How do the families find you, or how do you find them to know who needs this?
So we reach out to schools who are either on free or discounted lunches. So those are going to be in the most impoverished areas. And then we also make sure that there's transportation provided from the school to the stadiums. So that's kind of how we find it. But we don't have any regulations on income or anything like that. So even if they've got dental care, they can still get treatment through us if they're coming on the bus. It's not a big deal.
And I know this is a difficult thing maybe to talk about, but do you find that there are kids in dire need? Or are there kids that are like living in pain that have?
Yes, yes. So, for example, here in Kansas City last year, we did the Monarchs, and we actually just put a call out because one of the schools needed to back out. And it went on to the radio, and we had a family that drove almost 2 hours to get here, and their daughter had an infected abscess tooth, and they didn't have dental care. So they were able to pull that tooth. She'd been having headaches and stomach problems and getting sick, and it's all because of the abscess tooth. So as soon as they did that, the parents contacted us within a week and said she's feeling so much better. And people don't realize that's actually how we started in 2007, was the story of DeMonte Driver went nationwide, and it's a little boy who died because of an abscess tooth. That can get in your bloodstream. So Dr. Bill Bush here at North KC Dental reached out to Jason Krause, one of his friends at Henry Schein, and said, this shouldn't be happening. What can we do? And that's how the first program started with the Chiefs, with a few dental chairs and, a few kids. And then the Royals saw it, and so then that happened over there, and then just kind of snowballed to where last year we did 25 programs across the country, and in 2025 we'll be doing 35 programs, with going into 2026 going to 45 programs. And hopefully our goal is to have 2 full teams, so we can really have 2 trucks going, so we can do a program on the East Coast the same time we're doing one on the West Coast.
You're going to do 30. I'm going to guess the Royals and Chiefs were instrumental in this, in getting you to other NFL stadiums and other baseball teams.
Yes, and helping and reach out, because that's a big part of ours, is trying to get into those new stadiums, like with the Angels and different things like that, and being able to have teams that we've worked with to say, hey, contact the Chiefs. They can tell you how we operate, how to work with us, and have that standing behind us is great.
It almost feels like as this is growing, it has a chance to become something that everybody in the country knows about. Like Team Smile would just become one of the big national organizations for children, like St. Jude's or something like that.
I think it will. We really are the only organization that does what we do. There are a lot of organizations that will do cleanings and exams and go into the schools, but we're really the only organization that will do from A to Z right there on the spot. And then we're not just a one and done either. So we have the Dental Home Project powered by DentaQuest that we started 3 years ago. So when the parents fill out the forms for the kids, they'll mark if they have a dental home or not. If they don't, Erica Hall is on our staff, and she works with local dentists in the regions that we work with. And they will agree to take kids free of charge or accept their Medicaid. So we'll hook them up with that dentist so that they have continuation of care. So it's not just like they come and they get an extraction. We connect them with that dentist, and then they'll get their annual cleanings. They'll do anything they need to do going forward until they're 18.
Angela Brewer's with teamsmile.org. Every year after the golf tournament is over, there's a wonderful luncheon and an auction, and all kinds of funds are raised. My favorite part is when a couple of kids who have just graduated college or gotten scholarships or begun their careers or whatever, with their beautiful teeth and smile and the confidence they have, they tell stories about how years ago they were recipients of care from Team Smile, and now they're off into the world and then back here contributing in whatever way they can. There's a personal development angle to this thing too. A lot of these kids appreciate what they get, never forget it. And I don't know if there's mentorships or what happens in the process after they get their care, but it seems like an awful lot of kids who get this care never forget it.
It's a life-changing experience, honestly. We had a little boy who they found pulled a mini screw out of his gum. And the dentist asked the question of, like, why is there a screw in your gum? And he said, I was hungry. He was eating Matchbox cars. I talked to a 9-year-old.
Wait,
he was
what?
eating Matchbox cars because he was hungry. So he had a tiny little screw stuck in his gum. So that's the kind of kids we're working with. And then I was in New Orleans last year, and this little girl, we gave her they get their services, and then Colgate's a national sponsor. And so they get a toothbrush, toothpaste, all that stuff. So we gave it to her, and she was like, is this just for me? And we're like, yeah, this is just for you. And she's like, oh, I don't have to share with my brother anymore. Oh. So the family's sharing a toothbrush. I had another little girl who's almost 8, never brushed her teeth. Nobody in the family owned a toothbrush. And people say, it's $1.25. Go to the dollar store, But you know what? They can get a can of Spam for $1.20.
America today, and that's what I'm sensing from you, is that you see that. And one of the things I've always done is I like to ask folks like you, how do you do this? And not just you, a lot of the other volunteers and staff, how do you process this, and what does it mean to you?
So I've been in nonprofit development for 20 years with national organizations all the way to grassroots organizations. So I've been with other organizations, cancer-related, where I've lost kids, I've lost adults. So for me, honestly, Team Smile is more on the positive. It's emotional because you see it. But everything we're doing is positive. We're changing lives. And this is not just they're going to come in and do this. They're learning. Colgate has an education center. They're learning about how healthy gums and healthy teeth really are going to affect their heart in the future, their overall health. And they're really making these life changes. And so it's so great to see that in those kids and how happy they are. I've got a video I'll be showing later on. It's just children after programs that I recorded saying, thank you for helping me smile again. Thank you for this and that. Some of these kids don't smile because their teeth are so bad. So just having that confidence and to be able to do that is huge for them.
So I'm weak sauce. I'm just a guy with a microphone, right? I'm seriously, I'm weak sauce. I couldn't possibly do what you've done the last 20 years. When did you know? At what point in your life did you think I'm going to dedicate my life to nonprofits and helping other people, no matter how emotional or difficult that was for me personally? It's a calling. When did you know?
So I actually put myself through college doing corporate IT, and I did my internship at college with the Red Cross, the Daniel Boone chapter in Richmond, Kentucky. And there was 2 people on staff. There was a missions person, executive director. So, when you do an internship, sometimes you just don't have a whole lot. And I came in and they said, okay, you're going to be our director of marketing and development. I need you to start events. I need you to run the board. So my portfolio was huge. And just seeing the impact during my internship, I automatically said, this is what I want to do from now on. So I knew moving back to Kansas that I was going to be looking for a nonprofit position, because just being there and seeing the impact from the Red Cross point of view, I was like, this has to be my future, because for 4 years I worked for a corporation and I made a paycheck and I made other people money. But it was kind of interesting taking a huge pay cut, graduating with a degree to go into nonprofit, but it's so worth it to be able to actually go home and know you changed somebody's life and wake up in the morning and know that you're going to have that positive impact.
God bless you and everyone who does what you do. When I saw you yesterday, we were both here. You had your team setting up for the event today, and I came and brought the radio equipment up to get all set up, make sure we were good to go. And as I was finishing, a couple of the dudes they invited me back to their deck for a Sunday night party. I said, I don't think I can do that. I'll have enough fun on Monday when the thing is over. We'll let our hair down a little bit here at the end. I have a podcast called Kevin Kietzman Has Issues. I do it every day before the radio show. And on the podcast today, I'm just going to repeat this. I live in Lenexa, okay? I think people in the Northland might be the most fun people in the whole Kansas City area. I'm not sure it's close. I think this is it. I think the people involved in this event, they're doing great things. They know they're doing great things, but doggone it, they came to have fun, too. This is not some bummer of an event. Everybody's having a great time today, aren't they?
Yeah, everybody has a great time on the course. By the time they get off, we got a full dinner. They get full breakfast. They have a full lunch. Beer, water, drinks are just going on the course along with snacks. They get back here. It's a full dinner, open bar, DJ's going. We run into a live auction, a fund a need, do our trophies. So it's just really upbeat the whole time. And people just enjoy it and leave happy and want to come back next year.
I'm just going to start hanging out at the National. Invites to private parties on people's decks and stuff. I'm just going to hang out here, man. This is a great spot. Angela, congratulations on another success. I know it's going to be a great day. You're going to raise a lot, and wipe those tears. It's going to be okay. This was great. We really appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, Angela Brewer is with she's Community and Development Director for TeamSmile.org. We'd love to have your donation today, either personally or through your company. It's TeamSmile.org. If you would like to donate, we'd be thrilled with that. Now, if you'd like to win some free tickets, Alabama and Lee Greenwood are here this week. I believe it's Friday night. Caller number 7 right now wins free tickets to see Alabama and Lee Greenwood. So give us a shout right now at 816-408-7957 and win those tickets. This is Uncanceled on KCMO Talk Radio.
From Gardner to Grain Valley, it's Kevin Kietzman Uncanceled on 95.7 FM KCMO Talk Radio.
You know, I know everybody hears from time to time about charities and things that happen, and what a lot of folks don't see unless you're involved with one or around them is the people that are really deeply entrenched in these things, and Angela's like that. I've lost track of how many interviews I've done like this where the person gets choked up and she had tears rolling down her cheek talking about the kid that was eating the Matchbox car or whatever and got a screw stuck in his teeth because he was hungry. He just grabbed it and was trying to eat it. Some of the things you hear are just unbelievable. And the folks that do this, man, they don't get paid much. If they do get paid at all, they don't get paid much. And it's truly a calling. And I mean, they're just better people than me. I'm always going to be honest with you. I don't have it in me. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. It is amazing that God has created people like this that just wake up every day trying to help others. It is an absolute blessing that our country has millions of people like this in all actuality. Pretty cool stuff. We're with teamsmile.org today. This is a good one. You want to support a charity, this is a good one. If you want to get involved next year in this golf tournament, get in touch with me or on their website, whatever. Get your business involved. You're going to have the time of your life playing in this tournament. There's a lot of tournaments. You will never have more fun than this. And this course is ridiculous. The National Golf Club is just sensational. Cool stuff. Let's check in with our man Mark Van Sickle back in studio today. We've got a winner. David from Maysville won the Alabama Lee Greenwood tickets. Is that a show you would go to, Mark, if you were just like you didn't have a bunch of kids married and all that? Would you go to this show or not?
Yeah, that would be one I'd go to. I've never seen Alabama. I have seen Lee Greenwood once. He performed at our 4th of July party out at the Liberty Memorial just a couple of years ago. So I have seen Lee. He's very good live. But Alabama would be fun.
That's very cool. Alan Jackson is another country star, a little bit younger, I think, than Alabama, but maybe about the same age. He has retired. He finished a show in Milwaukee this weekend, said it's his final tour. He's never touring again. He's had some health problems. 30-some years of touring, and the great Alan Jackson has stopped touring. Wow. There you go. Golf on the brain here. If people weren't talking about Joe Biden earlier today at breakfast before the start of the golf tournament, they were talking about Scotty Scheffler. And Scotty Scheffler was really great at the PGA Championship this weekend, and there's a lot to love. He's everything we like. He's MAGA. He's Christian. He's a great dad, father, husband, all of these things. He ran away with this tournament yesterday. What did you think of the field basically, peeing their pants against Scotty Scheffler yesterday? It looked like one of those Tiger Woods wins back in the day, didn't it?
Yeah, I thought Rahm was going to make a little bit of a run, but once Scotty got going in the back nine, it was over. It was absolutely over. So I was glad.
Back in the
So I was glad that I bet on Scotty to win it all before the tournament started.
Now, Scotty's got a thing going on, and this happens with athletes. The more money you make and the more famous you get, the harder it is to be yourself. You, a lot of times, become someone else. And sometimes you have to be Superman to go out and win golf tournaments or Superman to go win the Super Bowl like Mahomes. And it changes people. Not are you only getting older, but it changes people. I didn't like the way Scotty Scheffler handled this when it was over yesterday. He kept his back turned to the camera at every turn. He didn't want the cameras in his face. I'll respect his privacy, but he has his wife and his baby there in front of the public eye. He goes in. It's very cute. He signs his scorecard, and he had his baby on the floor with him, which I thought was nice. But then he went to the interview room, and they asked him about this Wanamaker trophy, which is among the top 2 or 3 most famous, coveted trophies in all of golf. It's the biggest trophy. It's huge, the Wanamaker trophy. They asked him where he's going to put it, and he said, I'm just going to put it in my room at home with all the other crap. And I couldn't believe Scotty Scheffler said that. And he wasn't trying to be funny. And they said, well, you don't have a room for this? He goes, yeah, they call it the golf room, but all my junk's in there. And I don't really know where I'll put it, but I'll put it in there. And I thought if that were a foreigner saying something about America or the PGA of America, we would be going nuts today, bad-mouthing somebody from another country doing that. Scotty Scheffler is still everyone's hero. Somebody needs to get to him and tell him to button that stuff up. That's fine if he doesn't have a room that he really wants to display all his trophies. I can actually find dignity and honor in that he doesn't want people coming over and he shows off all his stuff. I get that. But don't call it crap and don't call it junk. I thought that was in poor taste. What do you think?
I think he's sticking to his Christian roots where he just really doesn't find possessions all that important to him. So I'm not going to get on Scotty for that one, honestly.
I'm not getting on him for not having a room, or I'm talking about just the words at the news conference.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah,
I just don't think that was the spot to use the word crap or junk.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't see it, so I'll have to go back and watch it. But yeah, it's not the best form of words, I guess you could say.
Joe Caglione has been promoted to Omaha. He's the Royals' next big thing. My goodness, the Royals can't hit. Do they need Jack Caglione? Are you going to Omaha, Mark Van Sickle, to see him play?
Oh, I don't know if I'm going to go to Omaha to see him play, but I'll try to be there on his first game in KC. I love going to those type of games. I saw Hosmer's first game. I just, those are moments that I remember here in Kansas City. I've never gone to the minor league parks, but might be worth it.
The Yankees are here in like 3 weeks. Why not debut him against the Yankees?
Ooh, that would be good. That would be good. I don't think they're going to fast track him. I think they're going to let him play throughout the summer and probably bring him up around September. That would be my guess.
Pretty exciting. Yeah, the Royals got a win yesterday to avoid the sweep, which was obviously a very big deal for them. They didn't want to get swept by the Cardinals. Did you see the Preakness on Saturday, Mark?
I did not. I missed the Preakness.
Okay. They're saying this is the single greatest horse race of all time, and I can't argue that. Now, I'm no expert on that. The horse journalism that finished second at the Derby was tangled up with 4 or 5 horses and had no chance at winning, was like 6-7 lengths behind, and like a NASCAR driver, he slams into the horse next to him, pushes it out of the way, goes forward, and comes from way behind and wins right at the finish line. It is spectacular. You got to watch it.
I got to see this. I'm going to go look that up after the show.
That journalism's a bully, man.
I like it.
Legit bully, no question about it. And maybe my favorite little story from the weekend, which has faded away, has been the Brooklyn Bridge story where the Mexican Navy ran into it with mechanical failure. Chuck Schumer blamed Donald Trump. I've been saving that to end the show. There's no other way to end the show other than Chuck Schumer saying Donald Trump is responsible for a Mexican Navy vessel hitting the Brooklyn Bridge. We're uncanceled. Thanks for listening. The Vince Show is up next.